And so let's go ahead and get started.
Usually an in-person meeting.
I'm Ed St. Clair, Vice Chairman of the Planning Commission, and I call our workshop meeting to order. Before we get started, I'd like to mention two items. First, I want to remind everyone that we're conducting this meeting remotely through WebEx due to Governor Lee's orders, this county health department's orders regarding COVID-19 pandemic. The meeting can be live streamed, is being live streamed on channel 193 for Carter, and that's PBS channel 3. And secondly, I'd like to welcome two new members to the Planning Commission. Michael Bellamy, who is replacing Ruth Ann Kyle, who has been a valued member of the Planning Commission and also served as our secretary, and Austin Strobel, who is our new youth representative. Welcome aboard. Mark, would you please call the roll to record the Planning Commission members present?
Yeah, let me put that here. We've got Chairman St. Clair, obviously, here.
Yep.
Got or Vice Chairman St. Clair. Chairman Holliday is out. Commissioner Myers.
Commissioner Myers is here.
Commissioner Russ.
Russ is present.
Commissioner Green.
Commissioner Green is present.
Mayor Williams.
Mayor Williams is present.
Vice Mayor Pavlin.
Vice Mayor Pavlin is present. Mark, I'm going to sign off real quickly and change my Wi-Fi connection, so I won't be here for a few minutes. So just letting you know.
Okay. Commissioner Dick. Commissioner Dick. Betty Dick.
She's muted. There she is.
I'm here.
Okay.
Got you.
Okay.
All right. And Commissioner Bellamy, Michael Bellamy.
Present. Thank you.
Okay. And Youth Representative Austin Strobel.
Here.
See him. Okay.
Very good. Thank you, Mark.
That's it.
Thank you, Mark. Now I'll turn the meeting over to David Smoke, our town administrator, who will introduce our workshop speaker. David.
Thank you, Chairman. I appreciate that. I know the committee and the Board of Mayor and Aldermen and the public has certainly had a lot of interest over the last several months on the subject of small cells. We have had some applications come before us recently to put some small cell towers and antenna up in our community. One of the concepts of that is 4G, 5G, these different terms that we hear. And I think there's been just a lot of questions around what does that mean? What does that mean to us as humans? How does that interact with us? And also just what kind of frequencies go out into the public, and how is that going to be any kind of, if there is any health concerns that we need to be aware of? But also, are there polls, number of polls, things like that we certainly need to be thinking about in terms of ordinances, because in the future, the Planning Commission and the board will be talking about aesthetic plans, things like that we'll need to take some of this stuff into consideration when we come up with those ordinances. So we reached out to Verizon, who's been one of the recent carriers, and they put us in touch with the CTIA, which is an organization that is an industry representative for the wireless industry. And they put us in touch with Dr. Chris Davis. And Dr. Davis, I'll read off his just a short bio of him here in just a second. But he is the Mentor Martin Professor of Engineering and Professional of Electrical and Computer Engineering at the University of Maryland. He received his PhD degree in physics from the University of Manchester in 1970, and he's been a research and educating physics professor and engineering professor at that university for 44 years now. He has got over 14 chapter books, 215 journal articles, and 295 conference papers that he's been published in. Has 12 different patents that he has been a part of. But he's also, for tonight, he is here as a scientific consultant for the IEEE committee, which is the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers. And on that committee, he deals with RF exposure from wireless devices. And that's truly what we're here to talk about tonight is what's that RF exposure and how does that relate to us? So without further ado, I will turn things over to Dr. Davis, and I would ask everybody that's on the call for right now to maybe mute your lines so we can hear Dr. Davis clearly. And then he's going to go through his presentation. We've received many questions from the public, and we have been able to forward those to Dr. Davis. And so as he's able to answer or just handle some of those questions through his presentation, he will obviously do so. And at the end, I know the Planning Commission has questions. I know the Board of Mayor and Aldermen has questions. And then if we have time left, then I'll certainly get to any questions that we have remaining from the public. So with that, Dr. Davis, I'll turn things over to you.
Thank you, David. Can everybody hear me all right? So very briefly, first of all, let me just make a minor correction of one thing that you said, David. I used to be on the IEEE committee that evaluated the risks associated with radio frequency exposure, but I'm not currently a member of that committee. That was something that I did in the past, but I'm still extremely active in research and evaluating this whole field. And I've actually been involved with the field of bioelectromagnetics, which is the fancy name we give to the study of how radio frequencies and electromagnetic fields interact with matter. I've been involved with that since 1977. So with that very brief introduction, perhaps I could ask Jen to go to my slides, and I'm going to speak to the slides and give you this brief presentation. And I hope this will answer the questions, that might come up. Okay. So this is the title slide, a brief review of wireless communication science and issues. So I'm going to talk briefly about electromagnetic fields and how we characterize them. And in particular, I'll be talking about what we call the electromagnetic spectrum. And then I'll say a little bit about wireless technologies and applications. But probably the most important issue, which concerns most people when you start talking about radio frequency communications, they want to know if it's safe. And so I'll be certainly addressing how we know that it's safe and who sets standards and how the industry has to obey those standards when it's installing wireless communications systems. So Jen, if I could have my next slide, please. So this is kind of an obvious thing. We live in a wireless world. In fact, we've lived in a wireless world for a long, long time, even before we had cell phones. A lot of people don't realize how much RF has been out there for decades. And in particular, we're talking about UHF TV broadcasts, FM radio. Anybody who lives near a military installation is quite likely getting some RF exposure from radar. And of course, these days, most people on the planet have a cell phone. And of course, cell phones don't work without a whole network of base stations that connects people to each other. And the important things you have to know about if you're going to assess the safety of a wireless installation is how powerful it is, what frequency it operates at, does it broadcast its signals in all directions, or is it more directional? Next slide, please, Jen. So this is an important slide. This shows a tremendous range of frequencies and wavelengths that are associated with the different parts of what we call the electromagnetic spectrum. And of course, you might argue that the first person who pointed out that there was a very important piece of this spectrum was Sir Isaac Newton, when he broke white light into its various colors, and probably everybody knows Roy G. Biv, which you learned at high school or maybe elementary school, which is how we describe the different colors in the spectrum that the human eye responds to. Now, if you look at this chart that I've got set up, it's broken up into two distinct regions at very high frequencies, and that's above ultraviolet light up to X-rays to gamma rays. And of course, this includes all the radiation that involves nuclear effects, which I'm sure is dear to the heart of people who live near Oak Ridge. We call these high frequencies ionizing radiation because they have the ability to break chemical bonds in the body. And I'm sure you're all aware that if you have an X-ray, there's a very tiny risk that you could break some DNA in your body. And that's why people have X-rays at the lowest possible exposure levels, because there is a real risk of possible damage. But when you go to lower frequencies, and we're now talking about from infrared light right down through radio frequencies to power lines, these lower frequencies don't have the ability to break chemical bonds in the body. And a very important point to note that I think a lot of people don't appreciate is that if you're going to have a biological effect from exposure to radiation of whatever kind, the biological effect has to result initially from some chemical effect. And you don't get chemistry unless there are bonds broken to change what's going on from the status quo and make things happen. And, you know, if you look at this chart, you see all the different technologies that are out there. And of course, a lot of them are in the radio frequency part of the spectrum. And part of the radio frequency spectrum is what we call the microwave region. But this is just a name. It doesn't mean that these radiations are any different. They just have a range of frequencies, you know, which are not as high, for example, as infrared light, and they're certainly not as low as the 60 hertz that comes out of our wall plugs. But of course, for generations, we've been exposed to the RF from TV and radio. And nowadays, we have exposures from our cell phones and very low exposures from base stations. And something that's come along in recent years is if you've flown recently, and probably most of us haven't since the country's shut down as far as flying is concerned, but a lot of airports have these millimeter wave or terahertz imaging where you walk through a box and they make you stand still and they can actually see whether, for example, you're carrying a gun or a knife, because this is a very safe illumination system to let people see through people's clothing and find out if they're carrying something that they shouldn't be carrying. And of course, probably most of us, if we've been to an airport, have actually been in one of these boxes that scans us and that finds out if we have anything noxious on our bodies. Jen, could I have the next slide, please? Now, this is a very simplistic slide, but this is sort of the key ingredients of a wireless transmitter. And this would apply to a base station, it would apply to a cell phone, it would apply to a cordless phone in your house. And the general scheme of things is that voice, video, or data is initially converted to digital format. You know, that's the format where everything gets represented by ones and zeros. And then it goes to the electronics that sends that signal out from an antenna. And of course, the picture that I have in here is a great big parabolic antenna, more like what scientists would be using to look at signals from space, but it's just a nice picture to show that the antenna broadcasts the electromagnetic waves that carry the information that we want to communicate. The antennas that are used with cell phone base stations and with 5G installations don't look like that picture. They have a range of different designs, but they're all designed to be compact and send their power efficiently, you know, either in a uniform direction, sort of isotropic emission, or in clever new systems that are coming on, they have the ability to adaptively send their signal in the optimum way to provide the best communication to the nearest base station. Could I have the next slide, please, Jen? So this is just a little bit of description of terminology. Most of the wireless communications that we have right now is called 4G LTE. And we're migrating to 5G as the next improvement over 4G LTE. And the 4G installations have been out there for quite some while, and they've used different formats depending on where you are. And these terms don't really need to be explained very much, but a lot of the world was using something called GSM, which is really from the French for a global system for mobile communications. And then some countries were using UMTS, And in the United States, a lot of the cell phones were using what's called CDMA, which stands for Code Division Access. These are all ways to allow multiple users communicate at the same time without interfering with each other. And the key point about 5G is that 5G will offer more capacity for more users, and it will offer higher data rates. I mean, it's amazing how people's demand for data rate has increased so rapidly over the years, probably mostly due to all the young people who want to watch real-time video and sports events all the time. You could imagine the amount of bandwidth you need if millions or even billions of people are looking at video through wireless. It takes up a tremendous amount of data to do that. Next slide, please, Jen. Now, an important point to note about all kinds of wireless transmissions, and this applies to 5G as well, is that the antennas that are used generally have complex radiation patterns. And these vary a lot, and you'd have to be an antenna engineer to be really interested in how these antennas are designed and how they're used to perform in the most optimum way. But this is just a picture of an antenna which shows that the emission is not generally uniform over a whole sphere. There's a pattern that comes out, and a lot of antennas actually put out something that approximates a donut shape where the actual electromagnetic fields propagate away from the antenna. And for a lot of antennas, what this means is that there's not very strong radiation right underneath a tower with an antenna on it, because the antenna is generally designed to send its primary electromagnetic fields out in a sort of horizontal direction. And they don't actually reach the ground typically until you've gone about 3 times the height of the tower away from the actual tower which holds the antenna. Next slide, please, Jen. Now, many, many years ago, I was involved in evaluating a base station on the island of Bermuda. And I've just used that picture again because this is an old style cell phone antenna, and it put out a signal that was like a horizontal donut propagating away from the tower. So there was very little exposure of anybody right underneath the tower, and you had to get further away to get any significant exposure. And even way back then, we evaluated what the exposure levels were from this antenna, and they were very small compared to the recommended safety standards, which I'll say something about in a minute. Next slide, please, Jen. Now, there are various organizations that have looked very carefully at the research that's been done over decades, and they've evaluated the experiments that have reported whether there are effects or not from exposure. And they've come up with what are called safe exposure limits, which in the industry are called maximum permissible exposures, or MPEs. And the most important standard setting bodies that have been involved in evaluating the science are the IEEE, which is the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, which is an engineering association of which I am a member. The National Council on Radiation Protection, which is another body of scientists that evaluates exposures and decides what is safe. And in Europe, not so much in the United States, there's ICNIRP, International Council on Non-Ionizing Radiation Protection, which sets standards for a number of the countries in Europe. And in fact, the standards that it sets are not very different from the standards that are promulgated in this country. And in this country, it's the Federal Communications Commission that actually sends out these recommended safe levels. But their promulgation of these safety standards are all based on the careful studies of huge bodies of scientists who've evaluated the literature and the research over many years and decided what is safe. And many international bodies subscribe to these standards, and I've listed just a few on this slide. For example, the United Kingdom Health Protection Agency, the Royal Society of Canada, the New Zealand Ministry of Health, and the European Commission's Scientific Committee on Emerging and Newly Identified Health Risks. And there are many, many more of these, but there's a general consensus among standard settings bodies internationally about what safe levels are. And what's pertinent for 5G and cell phones in particular is that if you are at a frequency you know, below 1.5 gigahertz, then you can evaluate the safe exposure by taking the frequency in megahertz and dividing it by 1500. And that tells you what the maximum safe exposure is. But 5G is going to be above, most of the time, above 1 gigahertz, at 1.5 gigahertz. And the safety standard there, and indeed for a whole host of higher frequencies, 1 milliwatt per square centimeter. So if you can carefully assess the exposure from a base station or a handset, so long as it's below this 1 milliwatts per square centimeter, that's below the safety limits. And it's worth noting that 5G will eventually move to higher frequencies than it's using at the moment. And you can actually argue that these higher frequencies have less risk for human health than the frequencies that we're using at the moment, because very high frequencies can't actually penetrate more than a millimeter or two into the human body. That's not true for a lower frequency cell phone, which can get in a couple of centimeters, and all the safety standards take these considerations into account. Could I have the next slide, please? Now, let me say a little bit about how these safety standards were established. And actual colleagues of mine were involved in these experiments. In particular, what people did was they exposed animals to different levels of radio frequency exposure. And they actually found out, well, what's the lowest exposure where the animals seem to notice the radio frequency? And they saw a behavioral response. You would, for example, in an exposed chamber, the animals would try and move to the places where the exposures were lower. So you could tell that they were noticing something. However, even at these levels where the animals showed this behavioral response, they suffered no long-term effects. But the effects that caused them to behave this way was because they would be warm. And it is generally accepted that the only way that radio frequencies can be dangerous is if they heat you up too much. And of course, as you probably know, you should not put your cat in the microwave oven to dry it off after you've given it a bath, because the high powers there are really quite dangerous. And indeed, it was the military that got interested in this high power exposure years ago when they were installing very high power radar systems, and they want to make sure that their personnel would not be hurt if they walked right through the radar beam. And what happened was, after the effects on animals were observed, the safety standard was set 50 times lower than the lowest level that affected the animals. So it was a very conservative value. That's a little bit like saying at 1 milliwatt per square centimeter, you know, that's 50 times lower than a level that an animal might notice could cause it to feel a little bit warm. And although these standards have been out for many years, at the end of last year, the FCC recently reaffirmed its exposure standards. I'm just going to read from the slide. What they said was the record does not demonstrate that the science underpinning the current RF exposure limits is outdated or insufficient to protect human safety, nor does the record include actionable alternatives or modifications to the current RF limits supported by scientifically rigorous data or analysis. And that's very important, that we have a standard that's accepted and it's not being changed based on what we know about the science. Could I have the next slide, please, Jen? Now, I'm not sure if some of you may have actually seen this slide before, because it was contained in some testimony I've given about 5G installations in a few locations over the last several months. But this just shows you the typical exposure levels that you might get from small cell installations at different frequencies, mounted on 30-foot poles. And I've just used two nominal power outputs from these antennas of 30 watts and 120 watts. And the important thing to note is what's in the last column. This shows you how far below the FCC maximum permissible exposure the exposure from these installations would be. So, for example, you know, a 120 watt transmitter at 800 megahertz on a 30-foot pole, the maximum exposure anybody might get is 256 times below the FCC safety standards. And this is really a universal finding that base stations of all kinds put out extraordinarily low levels of fields so that anybody near the antenna gets a very low exposure. And I know the question has come up, what happens if there are multiple antennas on a pole? Well, of course, if there are multiple antennas on the pole, you should add up the exposures that come from each antenna to find out whether the overall exposure is at a safe level. And of course, since the individual antennas are so small, you could imagine that you would have to have many, many antennas to even come close to something that was a problem. And I think this is not an issue to be concerned about, because the individual base stations that are going to be installed, even for 5G, put out low powers. And even if there's a few of them near each other, when you add them up, they don't amount to any exposure, because these antennas, their exposure levels drop off with the square of the distance that you go away. So, for example, if you double your distance from the antenna, you reduce your exposure to a quarter. And very rapidly, the exposure from one antenna falls off as you go far away from the antenna. Next slide, please, Jen. Now, this is a chart that I actually prepared for the Cellular Telecommunications Industry Association some while ago. And this just shows you the comparative exposure of various kinds of wireless insulation compared to the FCC maximum permissible exposure. And, you know, and you can see in the bottom, if you can read the small print, it's looking at 3 feet from a Wi-Fi, 1 foot from a baby monitor, 3 feet from a Bluetooth Class 1 transmitter, at the maximum exposure of 120 watt, 900 megahertz 5G installation, and so on. And you can see that all the exposures from all these different wireless sources are hundreds, if not thousands of times below the maximum permissible exposure that's set in the safety guidelines. Next slide, please, Jen. Now, people always ask, is RF exposure dangerous? And what keeps this controversy alive is that there are always some scientists doing experiments who claim they see something in an experiment where they expose animals or cells to radio frequencies. But if you analyze the body of literature on research on this, you find that nearly every time when somebody says they see something, they've actually exposed at much higher powers than they admit, and they're causing heating. And they claim all sorts of effects. You know, I've listed some here. Activation of ion channels in cells, permeability of the blood-brain barrier, breaks in DNA, headaches, effects on memory or sleep, spermatogenesis and autism. And these are not accepted by the general scientific community to have any possibility of occurring at the low exposure levels that are set by the safety guidelines. And indeed, I have hundreds of publications I could cite, there isn't time this afternoon, which have looked for these effects and have contradicted the few findings that claim they see something. When other people try and see these same effects, they can't see them. And this is very important in assessing the reliability of scientific studies. Can they be replicated? When a study is reported in the literature, can another group of scientists do the exact same experiment and see exactly the same result? And if they don't, it throws that initial experiment into doubt. Next slide, please, Jen. Now, this is a very important, simple side, which I briefly mentioned before, that, and I owe this to my colleague Jim Weaver from MIT, you cannot get a biological effect without precursor chemistry and physical interaction. And the point is that the radiation from RF sources can't go beyond the physics of absorbing the energy, but it cannot break any bonds and cause any chemical reactions. And so consequently, it can't lead to any biological effect. Next slide, please. And there have been many, many long-term studies of animals where they've been exposed to RF for their entire lifetimes. And the body of this research is consistently showing no reproducible effects and no cancer in particular. And the World Health Organization has concluded that no adverse health effects have been established as being caused by mobile phone use. Now, of course, we're not talking about mobile phones specifically today, but the fact is that for most people, the largest RF exposure they ever get is if they put a mobile phone in their ear. And even if they do that, they are safe, because all cell phones that are allowed to be sold have to maintain an exposure level that's below the safety standards, even when placed right next to somebody's head. Next slide, please. And of course, people always worry about cancer. And unfortunately, there are about 4,000 new brain cancer cases in the US each year. But the fact is, there hasn't been an increase in worldwide brain cancer incidence, even in countries with massive cell phone use. And unfortunately, everybody who gets cancer will eventually be a cell phone user. But that does not mean that their exposure to a cell phone is causing them to get cancer, because there's no mechanism for it to happen. And all the international standard setting bodies have agreed on this. There was a pronouncement a few years ago by the International Agency for Research on Cancer that looked at all the literature, and they put out a finding that at certain levels, there was a small possibility that radio frequencies could cause cancer. But that doesn't apply except at higher levels, and that finding has not been accepted by the World Health Organization. And I think the general consensus of people in the business, the scientists who've studied this, isn't that there isn't a problem. And of course, although I'm mentioning here cell phones, the exposure from 5G small cells is going to be way, way lower than you'd ever get by using a cell phone in your ear. Next slide, please. I put this up because this is sometimes something that comes up. Some people claim that they can sense low levels of RF, and they claim all kinds of symptoms from this. But there have been numerous studies done that are called provocation studies, where in a double-blind setting, they expose these people to RF and they ask them, are they experiencing any symptoms or not? And what they found in these studies that most people who claim this electromagnetic hypersensitivity actually experience more symptoms when they're not being exposed than when they are being exposed. And the World Health Organization and the medical community doesn't recognize EHS, as it's called. It's now called idiopathic environmental intolerance, which means that it's something about people seeing an RF source or a transmitter that makes them feel as if they're developing symptoms, but there's no causality involved. And so the technical term for this is it's a nocebo effect, a little bit different from a placebo effect. And the next slide, please, Jim. So here we come to base stations. First of all, you don't have a cellular communication network if you don't have base stations. Levels are very low, and particularly right under the antenna. And it's interesting enough to compare the typical exposures. It turns out that from a base station, you get about the same amount of electromagnetic radiation. Of course, it's at a different frequency. But if you looked at the light reflected from the planet Venus, the exposure you get from that light is about the same as the exposure you're getting from the base station. And I'm sure many of you know that base stations are increasingly being disguised to look like something else. In fact, I have a beautiful slide, which I probably should have put in this presentation, but I didn't. It shows somebody on a cherry picker up next to what looks like a saguaro cactus, except the technician is opening an access door in the cactus because the cactus is actually designed. It's actually a base station that's designed to look like something else. And final point is that as 5G moves to higher frequencies, those higher frequencies don't go through buildings and foliage very well. So that's why these 5G base stations will need to be small and closer to users. And it may be that users will have to have a special handset. If they want to communicate from inside a building, they might have to use a lower frequency to get to the base station, because these high frequencies do not go through the material of buildings very well. Next slide, please. And there's the end. So now I'm available to go through questions.
Chairman Sinclair, did you want to open it up to the Planning Commission for questions.
Yes, we can go through and starting with Mayor Williams and Vice Mayor Pavlin. Mayor Williams, do you have any questions?
No, matter of fact, I don't want to let the citizens ask. I will not have time or take time to ask questions. I'll let the citizens have time to take questions instead of me, and I think that would be my position.
Okay. Vice Mayor Pavlin?
I do have some questions.
Okay.
Most of my questions are with regard to the, do I have a reverberation? What do I need to do? Turn my video off?
You sound okay to me.
Okay. I think that works better. I turned my video off. I hope that's working better.
Here you will.
Out in the field, we're talking about co-locating, meaning having two different antennas, assuming like Verizon operates at one level and 1 gigahertz frequency, one particular hertz frequency, and AT&T operates at another. There's some concern about doubling up exposure. What does that look like, as opposed to having a pole that's 50 feet away or 75 feet away?
I think the point to make is that even if you have multiple antennas on the same pole, these typical antennas produce such low exposures that even if you had 10 antennas on the pole, you know, you might have an exposure that's 1,000 times below the safety standard with one antenna. If you sum up all the exposures from all the antennas, then you might be a factor of 100 below the safe exposure levels. But I think when these co-locations take place, something that the system designers, I'm sure, will take into account, that they don't put too many high-powered antennas right on a low pole, which could increase the exposures of somebody nearby.
Okay. I'm going to move on to the next thing. Practically speaking, with these 5G antennas, they're being proposed in our residential areas. Are these antennas intended to communicate to each other, communicate to something on the house, and communicate to the phone? Are they equipped to do all of that, or what are the uses of this 5G?
Well, I think right now they're probably designed to communicate in all the ways you described. As 5G moves to higher frequencies, because the higher frequencies don't go through walls very well, I think people in a home may have to use a different wireless communication frequency to talk to the base station. But then the base stations themselves can communicate to other base stations. And of course, in many places, and a lot of people don't realize this, once the signal gets to a base station, it actually goes into an optical fiber that's buried in the ground, because that's a more efficient way of sending lots of data over really great distances than having lots of wireless transmissions hopping between base stations.
Okay. I've heard the term offloading when you have a lot of users. What does that mean? What does that look like, offloading?
I'm not quite sure specifically what you're talking about, but the fact is that in a current system, if you have too many users, and this used to happen a lot in sports stadia, that if lots of people are trying to use their cell phones at the same time, they overwhelm the capacity of the nearby antenna. And so what happens is a lot of those calls don't go through. And I think that's one of the reasons G, with its greater capacity, is going to handle these greater loading factors when more people want more data and they all want to use the data and make their communications at the same time.
Okay. I'm about done with my questions. We have had some applications from Verizon for small cells. And one that they're talking about using is called Street Macro 6701. And it gives a list of their specs. And it lists this is its spectrum was 28 gigahertz. But then it lists EIRP, which is, I guess, effective isotope radiated power. And it says approximately 55 dBm. How do I translate that into power density, or are they even related?
You're getting very technical here, but let me do my best to explain. Because antennas usually don't broadcast in equal amounts in all directions, they're usually characterized by something called their effective radiated power, or ERP. But in order to calculate the exposure that people would get a certain distance away, you can convert this to what's called the EIRP, which is the effective isotropic radiated power, which lets you do a fairly simple calculation of how much exposure you get at a certain distance from that antenna. And those two units are related to each other, you know, and so you can characterize the actual exposures based on either the ERP or the EIRP. And I'm sure as 5G develops, we'll see a lot of very interesting antenna designs where there may be some slight adjustments of what I just said, because my understanding is that a lot of the new antennas that are being proposed actually have the ability to change the direction in which they transmit to provide optimum performance in a given location. And they have these smarts installed in them because the actual antennas may actually have multiple sub-antennas that gives you some directionality to the signal.
Okay, I know that I'm getting technical, but these are the specs that they give us. And as a layperson trying to be assured that they're in the limits that they say they're operating in, how do we, is there equipment that measures it? Like on an annual basis, could we have somebody come out and make sure that that's operating at the level they tell us it's operating at? And how is that done?
Well, of course, you need fairly sophisticated RF measurement equipment to go out and measure what the local exposure levels are. And this is frequently done, you know, for test sites so that we get sort of base standard on how the exposures are. And there are organizations and companies that do this specifically for the industry. Some people actually go out and buy cheap instruments online, which are usually highly unreliable, and then they'll go out into the street and claim that they're getting a higher exposure than they've been told. And very often, this is because they're using some of this low quality equipment that doesn't give them a good number on what the actual exposures are. I mean, for example, the high frequency equipment that I have in my laboratory for measuring up to 50 gigahertz costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. And of course, that's beyond the reach of anybody except somebody in the industry or who is in this specialized line of work going out to measure exposures. What we normally do is, if we know the ERP or the EIRP, it's a very simple calculation to figure out what the exposure will be a certain distance away.
Could you get with David to provide that calculation? I have an engineering degree, but not in this. I used to make fiber optics, so I have an understanding of the fiber optic capacity and what it does. But this is a little bit beyond any of the training that I ever had. I would feel more comfortable if I knew what I was looking at and could say, okay, that's going to work that way, and feel educated about it.
I'd be happy to do that for David.
Okay.
It's not really complicated.
Okay, that'd be wonderful. While I'm looking at these specs, it says in here, operational conditions, -40 to +55 degrees. Is that in Celsius?
I would presume so, but you need to ask somebody in the industry. We should all be using Celsius, but quite often people still use Fahrenheit.
Yeah, and that's my curiosity, because 55 degrees is well, that's not going to work in Knox County.
That's a high temperature in Celsius. Even where you are, I think if you got to 55 degrees Celsius, you'd be very uncomfortable.
Yes. Well, and there's a question by one of our citizens to keep these antenna cool. And so if that's the operational conditions and that's Celsius, then clearly it doesn't need to be cooled.
Yeah, I think that's the question you'd need to ask the actual manufacturers of the small cells, because some of the small cells are low power, so I can't imagine they would need cooling, but it may be, depending on the design, that sometimes they cooling fan in just to stop some electronics overheating. So I'm not really the best person to answer that question.
When you say low power, what does that mean?
Well, typically you expect these base stations to have ERPs of about 30 to 40 watts or something like that. And of course, that then spreads out as you go further away from the antenna. And that's what gives rise to these very low exposure levels measured in milliwatts per square centimeter. And, you know, since you have an engineering degree, I'm sure you know about the inverse square law. And that's how the calculations are done.
Okay. Those were the gist of my questions. I'd like to hear what everybody else is wondering about. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
Next.
This is John Green. I have a question, Dr. Davis. We all feel pretty comfortable, I think, with our cell phones. We've been using them for years and years and years, and there's a great population on the planet that has been using them for years, and we stick them next to our ear off and on all day long. So I think it's important. You alluded to it a couple times during the presentation, but perhaps you could give us a little better picture of the power density of the cell phone that's coming out that you are putting next to your ear. In other words, what is the power density at the cell phone as compared to what you might expect, you know, at 30 or 40 or 50 or 100 feet from one of these small cell towers? Can you put that into perspective for us?
Yes. In fact, when you put a cell phone very close to your head, you're in what's called the near field of the antenna. And you calculate the exposure a different way from the way you would calculate the exposure from a base station, where if you're far enough away, you're in what's called the far field of the antenna. So the safety standards for cell phones actually don't use milliwatts per square centimeter. They use something called the specific absorption rate, which is an estimate of how much power or how much energy is actually being deposited in somebody's head from the phone. And this specific absorption rate, again, is set, it can't be bigger than 1.6 watts per kilogram averaged over 1 cubic centimeter of your head. That sounds complicated, but all cell phones have to be tested on a human phantom, and the measurements made to prove that the cell phone doesn't expose anybody at a higher level than that. Because you're right, a cell phone provides you with the highest exposure of radio frequency you'd probably get from anything. And the standard is done a little differently because it's more of a approximate heat source to your head than it is anything else.
Can that be translated into a factor of 10 or a factor of 100 compared to walking by a small cell tower?
You could certainly estimate it. This is maybe a little out of context, but I've been involved in comparing exposures from smart meters, which are very, very low level RF transmitters, and comparing that to cell phones. And it turns out the exposures are hundreds of thousands of times higher from the cell phone. Now, it wouldn't be as big of a factor for a base station because they are, generally speaking, going to be higher powers than smart meters. But I think you can be assured that the base stations are a tiny exposure level compared to what you do to yourself when you put your cell phone in your ear. You shouldn't be worrying about that either.
I heard you say during your presentation that there has been no noticeable increase in cancer that they can attribute to cell phone use. I think there was a study done in Australia, it seems like I read about.
Yeah, there's actually been lots of studies. There is actually one scientist who works in Sweden who consistently claims that people who use cell phones hours a day for greater than 10 years have a slightly higher incidence of brain tumors than people who don't do that. But his results are not generally accepted by other people. And I'm not an epidemiologist, so I'm not the best person to answer this question. But for example, one of the findings that he publishes, which makes you suspicious, is that he finds that people who use a cell phone have a lower incidence of cancer on the other side of the head from the side that they use the cell phone, but a higher incidence of cancer on the side of the head where they claim they use a cell phone. And I think the term that's used in the epidemiology business is this is something called recall bias. That if people get a brain tumor and somebody asks them, well, you have a cell phone, where do you use it? They'll say, well, I've used it on the side of my head where I've got this tumor, even though it's not been proven that in fact is what's going on.
Thank you. Thank you for your answers.
You're very welcome.
Commissioner Russ, did you have any comments, questions?
I don't at this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Dick, do you have any questions?
No comments.
Okay. Commissioner Myers.
No comments. Chris has been very thorough. Thank you, Chris.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Bellamy, do you have any questions?
No questions at this time.
And Austin, do you have any questions?
No questions.
I would have just one question or two. It's not necessarily on the health effects, but if you're talking about the range of these base stations and in our terrain in particular with all the foliage that we have, can you kind of address the number of these small, if they're 30-foot towers, I mean, what's going to be the spacing of these towers to have any kind of coverage just from one carrier?
You know, I think that's a question to ask the industry, because I think they would have to assess, you know, the kind of location where they're thinking of installing these. It may be, and I'm only guessing here, it might serve them better if they decide to put the base station on a higher pole, depending on the location. That's a question for the industry to answer.
Okay, thank you. David?
Can I ask one more question? This is Louise.
Oh, Louise, go ahead.
Thank you. Are you familiar with the research that the National Toxicology Program put out just recently with 2G and 3G for the rats and the mice?
Yes, I'm very familiar with it. Allow me to can I make comments for you?
Yes.
The NTP study exposed rats and mice for their entire lifetimes. They exposed the rats at exposure levels that were 18 times higher than the recommended maximum from the standards. And my opinion is that they were on the edge of heating up, these rats. The other interesting observation is that in this study, which used many, many rats, all the rats that were exposed lived longer than the rats that weren't exposed. And the other funny thing is when they did the experiments on mice, they didn't see any effects at all. So that study is still a subject of some controversy. And again, the study itself, in its pre-release form, says that its findings should not be extrapolated to draw conclusions for human exposure.
Well, I guess those were my questions, because I dug into it a little bit and I noticed the level of exposure was so much higher than what the FCC's maximum exposure recommendations are, which to me wondered, okay, what do you hope to get out of that if it's not really reflecting the real situations that we find ourselves in, how we use our cell phones, how we use this in everyday life? How does it translate?
I guess that what the people did who designed the study, they decided to use high exposure levels in the hope that this would give them a clear-cut finding of an effect. The problem is that they did use these very high exposure levels. In fact, in their first experiments, they were exposing the rats at exposure levels that clearly raised their body temperatures. So they were actually studying, in my opinion, how much heating somebody for a long time has an effect on them. But obviously the rats liked it because they lived longer, possibly because they felt very warm and comfortable. And I think to assess happens to people who are exposed at levels thousands of times lower, I don't think you'd ever be able to find out there was any effect, because we're all being exposed to TV and radio and you name it, and we have been for decades. And it's only this new technology that seems to have got everybody stirred up when they've actually been exposed for years to other RF sources.
Yes, I understand. So are there any studies going on that are using realistic conditions?
I think it's very difficult to do studies in realistic conditions where you put people out in a neighborhood and you look at them being exposed to base stations. How do you control all the other effects that they suffer from? You know, you get all these confounders and all the other exposures that they might get. And it might be that one of these people has one chest x-ray in the course of the study, and that is way, way more effective in causing an effect on them than ever would be seen from the RF. So control studies at these incredibly low levels, you can't separate out the findings, if there were any, from the background exposure that people are always getting.
Well, I mean, even if they do it on mice and rats, why would they not conduct a study in the more realistic areas of exposure?
Well, they have done studies. There have been numerous studies exposing rats for their entire lifetimes at lower levels, but still levels higher than we've been talking about today. And they see no effects, no health effects, not in the offspring of these rats or mice that have been exposed for like 2 years at a time. You know, and if anybody was interested, I can give you the names of the studies where this has been done.
Okay, and I think that's the struggle for a layperson. You can see, anyone can quote a study, but until you dig into it to understand what were the power levels, what was it's a struggle, and I don't have the time to do that kind of research. I've got a lot of other things on my plate. So that is my frustration, is where can I find that accurate information where someone is actually just trying to report accurate information and not sway me to be one way or the other, or someone is actually just trying to go after the actual information to understand what's really happened.
I think you're exactly right in what you say. And in fact, organizations like the National Council on Radiation Protection, and in the UK, what used to be the National Radiation Protection Board, and the IEEE over here, they have very carefully looked at the literature. And if you really want to spend the time, they can explain why some studies are more reliable than others, because they've been very careful with the dosimetry. In other words, some studies, they don't do good dosimetry. So in fact, they see effects because they're overexposing the animals, in fact, at a much higher level than they imagine.
That's all I had, Ed. Thank you very much. I think we could probably go to the citizens.
David, I'll turn it back to you to see if we'll go over any questions. The time we got left for the citizens have provided.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. There's a couple of themes of different questions that we received from citizens, and I'll start with those first. And I guess, Dr. Davis, you mentioned that if you have a 30 or 40 foot tower with an antenna on top, and let's say I have a bedroom in my house that's 50 feet away, and I sleep there at night, you know, about the same level as the antenna, do I get more exposure in my house at that level than I would say right underneath the base station of the antenna?
Yes, there would be a higher exposure. If you were right on the same level as the antenna and close to the antenna, you would have a higher exposure than you would get possibly even on the ground the same distance away. But you can still estimate the exposures, and you would find that they are all way below the safe levels. And of course, you've got to remember that as we move to higher 5G frequencies, because they don't penetrate through buildings, the signals from the base station don't actually get into houses very efficiently anyway.
So, Dr. Davis, if you had, let's say, a tower, or say 2 or 3 towers that were right across the street from each other, or maybe 10 feet apart from each other, would that be any different than, let's say, co-locating on the same pole? when it comes to an exposure rate around that area?
It would be very similar. I would say that if you had co-located antennas on one pole and you went a certain distance away from that one pole, you would potentially get a slightly higher exposure than if you had those antennas distributed among different poles at different distances from you. And it's all to do with averaging and summing up all the exposures, taking into account that every antenna, its exposure falls off as you go further away because of the inverse square law.
And so you also have various companies. You'll have several cell phone companies that come in with different towers or different strategies to get their signal out across the area. How do those all interact with each other? I mean, they're probably looking at their own calculations, but do they have to take into consideration other towers in the area or not?
Well, I think if they're going to install multiple poles or multiple antennas on a particular pole, somebody should certainly look at the overall powers that are coming from these various antennas to make sure that when you do a calculation on the exposure, it's still way below the safety standard. And I feel very confident that the industry would be very, remiss if it didn't take this into account when it puts these installations out there.
Okay. When we talk about power of the base units or of the I guess the cell towers, can you speak to the power levels and how that relates to the amount of radiation that a community could be exposed to?
Well, you have to look at the specifications that comes from the manufacturer of the antenna and its transmitter. And if they tell you what its ERP or its EIRP is, then you can do a very simple calculation of what the exposure will be a certain distance away from that antenna. And I will share that calculation with you so you can see exactly what is involved. But it's not complicated. And again, the signal exposure that you get falls off with the distance. If you went 10 times away from the antenna, the exposure goes down by a factor of 100. It just drops off very rapidly.
Am I to assume that those power levels then are still below the FCC limits no matter where you would be?
Yes. I mean, in the calculation that I put in one of my slides, I calculated the worst case exposures for somebody who would be at the right distance from those towers to get the maximum exposure. And even then, the exposures are factors of 100 or more to 1,000 times below the safety standards.
Okay, and Dr. Davis, why does a lower, I think it's EMF, such as radio waves and millimeter waves, use an average instead of looking at the cumulative dose or a single dose or a pulse exposure?
Well, that's all the standards are based on the exposure level in milliwatts per square centimeter. And provided you are below the FCC safe exposure level, there isn't really any cumulative effect, because it's like saying if nothing happens in a minute, and in fact, nothing's going to happen in 100 years because you're not at a high enough level to cause any damage. So it's not used in the industry to look at cumulative exposure. This is what's important in the ionizing radiation business, because people who work with X-rays and nuclear radiation, the reason they wear safety badges is to look at the cumulative exposure, because there's possibility of damage in 1 second and it can increase with time. But that is not the case with the low levels of radio frequency.
Do you know of any studies that actually have looked at long-term exposure for, I guess, non-ionizing radiation?
There are many. As I mentioned briefly, talking to the vice mayor, people have exposed animals for multiple years for their entire lifetimes to see if there are any health effects. And there's numerous studies that find no health effects. And that's really one of the reasons that the World Health Organization has decided that this is not an issue to be concerned about at low radio frequency powers.
There were some other countries such as China and Russia and India that I think there was maybe a study in India that looked at birds and bees and RF on birds and bees. And they actually lowered their limits, lower than what the FCC limits are when it comes to RF. Do you have any, I guess, thoughts about them lowering those limits? Is there additional safety around that?
I don't think it's very rational, but of course they're different countries and they can do what they like. But I'll give you a little anecdote that shows how silly this can get. Some years ago, the Swiss government passed a law decreeing that the exposure standards had to be so low that when they actually looked at it, they found that they couldn't actually apply that standard, or they would have had to turn off every wireless transmitter in the whole country. And so sometimes if you set a silly low standard for no good reason, you might just be, stopping your whole network from working properly, because you can't make the communications work if the signal gets too weak.
Okay, and we talk about cell phones again, putting the phone up to your ear, as you mentioned earlier. I guess a lot of cell phones say to keep it a half an inch or an inch or whatever away from your ear. Is there a reason for that they tell you to keep it away from your ear?
Yeah, I think one of the reasons that half inch cropped up in a lot of the booklets that come with cell phones is that when they're evaluating the cell phone exposure, they use human models and they model the human ear, and they take into account that, you have this bit at the bottom of your ear that's called the pinna or the earlobe. And it turns out you can't actually get a cell phone closer to your head than about half an inch. And so that's really where the half inch came from.
Okay. I know in specific to some of the poles that have been requested, or antenna that have been requested in Farragut, I think some are 28 gigahertz in that range, and there's various ranges in there. Do you know, I guess this goes back to power and where the safest place to be is. Is it, you mentioned earlier, is it safest to be right underneath the tower almost rather than a few feet away from it?
Well, if the power from the antenna is low enough, it's safe everywhere. It's just that there will be a lower level of exposure. For a lot of antennas, it's very small right underneath the antenna. In fact, I've pointed this out to people in the past when I've given public presentations, that you may have heard that school districts in some places have fought against having a base station put on the roof of their local school. And I've told them that that's actually a bit misguided, because that reduces the exposure of everybody in the school underneath the antenna. And the school is then missing the opportunity to get valuable revenue from the phone company by allowing the antenna to be on the roof of their school.
Do you know of any studies, Dr. Davis, that talk about children and maybe exposure to children, and then maybe over a lifetime how they would be exposed as adults or growing into adulthood?
Well, of course, I think it's unethical to expose humans in that way, whether you're looking to find an effect or not. And so almost all the studies are done on animals. And a lot of the early experiments to find out what the maximum exposures were that cause an animal response, they were actually using primates to expose them because they were the closest approximation to humans. But I think you can't really contemplate exposing children in an experiment for a long period of time to see if anything's going to happen, because you can extrapolate from the animal experiments that really these low-level exposures are very safe and we shouldn't be concerned.
And I know 5G, or what we've been hearing from 5G, is that the poles have to be closer together to each other in order to get a better coverage area. Do you see other technology in the future that would cause these poles not to have to be there anymore? Maybe it's satellite, maybe it's whatever, I don't know. But is there other technology you may see coming up in the future?
Well, if you want to be wireless, you've got to have these waves, these radio waves, broadcast through the air from one place to another. And I think in order to, keep the technology simple enough that people can afford it, they're not going to contemplate perhaps going to even higher frequencies like 100 or 200 or 300 gigahertz, which they could do. And that might make the networks work if they ever went there. But even then, they'd have to make sure that all these installations were low enough powers that they didn't pose a risk to human health.
Okay. Is it common to get baseline RF background power density prior to the installation of a tower?
It has been done in various places. As far as I know, I don't think it's routine. I've done it myself. I have a friend who actually, his whole livelihood, he runs a company that goes around and does this kind of an assessment. So if the phone companies that were installing something wanted to have a measurement of this kind done, it could be done. But then, of course, I'm sure everybody's costs would go up because You don't need to make the measurement. If you know the performance of the antenna, you can calculate the exposure level very reliably, and you don't need to make that measurement.
And I think you've mentioned this with just our conversation on co-location and transmitters, but if you have several antenna on the same pole, can we be assured that the power density would never exceed 1 milliwatt per centimeter squared?
Well, I think the installations would have to be at that level. Adding up all the powers from the antenna, they'd have to make sure they were below that 1 milliwatt per square centimeter. Otherwise, they'd be violating the FCC safety guidelines.
Okay. And then do you know what the common transmitter power is for a small 5G service?
I think it varies. And when I first prepared my slides on this, I was told to do it for 30 watts and 120 watts. But I think you need to ask a particular company what the typical powers were that they were installing. And you would very easily then assess what the exposure levels would be.
Okay. Someone mentioned some studies that have been done, and maybe you can touch base on these from Tamir Aldad regarding radio frequency radiation exposure from 800 to 1900 megahertz. Rated cellular telephones affects neurodevelopment and behavior in mice. Are you familiar with that study at all?
You'd have to show me the specific studies, because there are so many hundreds of studies out there. And again, when I see a study that makes a claim like that, I'd want to know very precisely what the dosimetry was and exactly what they were doing. Because unfortunately, I don't mean to be pejorative here, but there's very little research done in the United States these days on exposures of animals to RF, because they've done so much in the past. They've decided that there isn't really anything to be concerned about. But there are still a lot of studies coming out of the third world, which sometimes have bizarre findings, which I find very difficult to understand. I think a minute ago you mentioned bees. People have found that bees are sensitive to magnetic fields, not radio frequency fields, and even birds are upset by magnetic fields, because it can affect their ability to navigate, so you can affect their migratory behavior. And some of that is well understood. And that's because some of these animals actually have magnetic material in their brains, so they have the ability to detect magnetic fields. But I don't think I would really be concerned about RF affecting bees. I'd be much more concerned about affecting the bees with what you spray on your yard to kill the mosquitoes.
Understood. This is a question dealing with research that's centered around radio frequency radiation, and wireless oxidative stress has found an effect on that. Can you talk to that oxidative stress?
Yes, I mean, I have dozens of references to studies that have tried to find evidence of oxidative stress that have failed completely, because oxidative stress is in fact a chemical reaction that occurs, and you can't get the chemistry started if you don't break some bonds in the body to get that reaction going. And I could cite for you many, many studies that have looked for this oxidative stress effect, and it's not there. Even though a few studies, which I think are suspicious, claim they see something, but then you'd need to know, well, what exposure levels were you using? Just what was your experimental setup? How well were you doing your controls and things like that?
Okay. There was a study, I think by Dr. Mays Swikord of the FDA, that reported that microwave radiation can cause direct excitation of the DNA molecule at 8 to 12 gigahertz. Can you talk to us about that study and what you found, or maybe what he found as an effect?
Well, yes, in fact, Mays Swikord was one of my PhD students, and we did that research together. All we found was that that was an avenue for RF energy to be absorbed by DNA, which would lead to heating. We didn't actually see the DNA broken. We just found the DNA absorb the RF. And of course, that's how microwaves heat things up. There has to be a mechanism for the absorption. And in the human body, most of the places where the microwaves get absorbed, which would make you feel warm at a high level, it's caused by the fact that humans have a lot of water in their body, And water is a great microwave absorber. That's why microwave ovens work.
Dr. Davis, can you explain what a heterodyne is and how this could be created when transmitted frequencies of different wavelengths from cell antennas are combined?
Well, of course, heterodyning is what's done in FM radio receivers, that you mix an incoming radio wave with a locally generated radio wave that's at a different frequency. And this is called heterodyning. When you mix one frequency with another, you get the difference frequency, which you can then process electronically more easily than working with the high frequency on its own. But in fact, since different suppliers with their many antennas wouldn't be broadcasting in the same way, I mean, I would use a physics expression here, they wouldn't be in phase with each other. You would never actually get significant heterodyning effects. And even if you got them, it doesn't increase the exposures. It just makes new frequencies to be present, which nobody wants, because that will be wasting the energy when you send your RF frequencies out that aren't going to be used for communications.
So if cell antennas are densified, does that make that situation occur then? That you just talked about?
That's it, because all the antennas are going to be running independently. They're not synchronized with each other. So you wouldn't really have these heterodyning effects.
I think there was a study that DNA damage was found from the National Toxicology Program in both mice and rats. And maybe you touched on this earlier. I don't recall. I know there's a lot of studies out there regarding this.
Yeah, this is the famous NTP study, I think, that I mentioned earlier, where they expose rats for their entire lifetime.
Okay.
Expose them at very high levels, 18 times above the maximum recommended by the FCC. And as I said earlier, they found that the exposed rats lived longer than the ones that weren't exposed.
Well, Dr. Davis, that is all the questions that we had from the public comments that we had tonight. And I guess, Chairman Sinclair, I just ask, is there anybody else that has a follow-up to anything before we have to break away for the regular meeting?
See if they have anything.
I'm good, thank you.
Yeah.
How about any other alderman that may be on the lines? Alderman Pinchuk or Alderman Meyer or Alderman Burnett?
Burnett.
This is Alderman Pinchuk. I have no questions. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, Tom, go ahead.
Yeah, let me ask I'm learning some stuff here, and I'm curious to ask a couple of questions. Do I understand correctly that the Wi-Fi that is in the household exposes people to these RF radio waves? Is that correct?
It does. And in fact, the exposure you get from Wi-Fi is likely to be at least as large as what you might get from a local base station.
And if you watch television and you use your remote control, does that expose you to the same RF radio waves?
Well, no, because most TV remote controls actually use infrared to send the signal from the remote control to the set to control what channel you're watching.
What about if you're listening to the radio? Do you get RF from radios?
You do, but it's a very low level.
And then you talked about the mobile phones.
Yep.
So if you accumulate all of that normal exposure that people get in an average household, how does that level of exposure compare to a base station at the top of a 30-foot pole that might be 50 or 60 feet away from someone's home?
Well, I would suspect that if you summed up all the other radio frequency exposures that existed in an urban area, it can actually be still very small, but significant, and it might be larger even than what you get from a nearby base station. I mean, you'd have to do an individual assessment of how many TV stations there are nearby and what other RF sources there are that give an overall background. But there's an RF background absolutely everywhere in the United States. You'd have to go to an incredibly remote place, probably in the middle of a national park, not to see a significant RF background from all the things that we do wirelessly on this planet.
Okay, I don't think I have anything else. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Tom, can I add a little bit to that? Because I learned in doing this little research that microwaves and your Wi-Fi actually do work on the same frequency. I think it's 2.4 megahertz, or one works, the Wi-Fi obviously works at 100 milliwatts, and your microwave works at 1,000 watts. Apparently, Wi-Fi is omnidirectional, and your microwave is unidirectional. But it's fascinating to me that they both work on the same frequency.
Yeah, there's a reason for that. It turns out there's what's called an unlicensed band, where any manufacturer can make equipment that broadcasts at 2.45 gigahertz. And of course, they can actually interfere with each other. You know, so if you try to use that for high quality communications, you might have problems because there would be other sources present that could interfere. But that's the standard frequency of microwave ovens these days. And of course, it is very often the frequency that's used for cordless phones and, you know, baby monitors and all kinds of local RF sources that we buy for our convenience.
Anybody else have anything? If not, this will conclude our workshop session. Dr. Davis for being with us this evening.
You're very welcome.
Thank you so much.
And we will reconvene for the MPC meeting at 7 p.m. Thank you.
And I'll sign off. Thank you very much, everybody.
Municipal Planning Commission. I'm Ed St. Clair, Vice Chairman, and hereby call this the July 16th, 2020 meeting of the Farragut Municipal Planning Commission to order. Before I get started, I'd like to remind everyone that we are conducting this meeting remotely through WebEx due to governor's orders and Knox County Health Department orders regarding the COVID-19 pandemic. The meeting can be live viewed on Charter Channel 193 as well as TDS Channel 3. For those of you not with us in the workshop, I'd like to also welcome two new members to the Planning Commission. Michael Bellamy, who is replacing Ruth Ann Kyle, who also served as our secretary and a valued member of our Planning Commission. And also our new student youth representative, Austin Strobel. Mark, would you please call the roll to record and verify the members present?
Yes. I assume everyone can hear me. This is Mark Shipley. Commissioner Myers.
Commissioner Myers present.
Commissioner Russ.
Commissioner Russ present.
Commissioner Green.
Commissioner Green, present.
Mayor Williams.
Mayor Williams present.
Vice Mayor Pavlin.
Vice Mayor Pavlin, present.
Commissioner Dick.
Commissioner Dick, present.
Commissioner St. Clair.
Here.
Commissioner Bellamy.
Commissioner Bellamy present.
And we know that Ms. Holliday is out for the meeting this evening, Chairman Holliday. So we have 8 out of 9 that are present. And our youth representative, Austin Strobel.
Austin Strobel, present.
Okay, very good.
Very good. Thank you, Mark. Our first item on the agenda is approval of the agenda. Mark, are there any changes?
We have a request from the applicant for agenda item number 7 for another postponement. They're really desiring to come to a meeting where they can actually speak in public. So he's asking for a postponement. We have asked the applicant in the interim that, you know, the provisions that we have in place need to be adhered to. is until an amendment, if an amendment is passed, what we have in place now is what governs what they're doing. So he needs to follow those requirements in the meantime, because it could be potentially September or later before we have a live meeting. It's not through WebEx. So with that, the staff would recommend approval of the agenda with the request to postpone agenda item number 7.
Any comments from any of the commissioners?
I was going to move to approve. Sorry.
Is there a second?
Second. Commissioner Russ.
Okay, thank you. All in favor of approval of the agenda as amended, signify by aye, with Mark with a roll call vote.
Commissioner Myers.
Aye.
Commissioner Russ.
Aye.
Commissioner Green.
Aye.
Williams.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Pavlin.
Aye.
Commissioner Dick.
Aye.
Commissioner St. Clair.
Aye.
Commissioner Bellamy.
Aye.
The motion passes by a vote to 8-0.
Okay. The next item on our agenda is the election of officers this fiscal year. And first, there's a nomination for chairman.
Mayor Williams will nominate our current chairman as the continuing chairman.
Okay. Rita Holiday. Okay.
Louise seconds is.
Okay. All in favor, signify by saying aye on the roll call vote. Mark?
Commissioner Myers.
Aye.
Commissioner Russ.
Aye.
Commissioner Green.
Aye.
Mayor Williams.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Pavlin.
Aye.
Commissioner Dick.
Aye.
Chairman St. Clair.
Aye.
Commissioner Bellamy.
Aye.
Okay, the vote passes 8-0 to retain Rita Holiday as the chairman of the Planning Commission.
Give our congratulations to Rita.
Her condolences.
I'm sure she's watching in between pain pills right now. Next is a nomination for vice chairman. Are there any nominations?
Mayor Williams, I'll make a nomination to keep her vice mayor.
Louise seconds is.
Vice chairman, you mean?
Mayor, I'm sorry.
You could do that too, Ed.
Vice chairman, I'm sorry.
Okay. Do we have a second?
It's Pavlin, I think, seconded it.
Please.
Vice
Okay.
Mayor Pavlin seconded.
Okay. Mark, would you call the roll on the vote?
Yes. Commissioner Myers.
Aye.
Commissioner Russ.
Aye.
Commissioner Green.
Aye.
Mayor Williams.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Pavlin.
Aye.
Commissioner Dick.
Aye.
Commissioner St. Clair.
I will abstain.
Abstain, okay. Commissioner Bellamy.
Aye.
By a vote of 7-0-1 with Commissioner St. Clair abstaining, the motion passes. Commissioner St. Clair is retained as vice chairman.
Thank you. Next nomination is for secretary, which is vacant at this time. It was one that Ruth Ann Kyle had held. Are there any nominations?
Mayor Williams, I'll nominate Commissioner Russ.
Okay.
Vice Mayor Pavlin seconds.
Okay. Not in favor with a roll call vote, signify by saying aye.
Commissioner Myers. Commissioner Myers.
Mr. Myers, aye.
Commissioner Russ.
Abstain.
Okay. Commissioner Green.
Aye.
Mayor Williams.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Pavlin.
Aye.
Commissioner Dick.
Aye.
Commissioner St. Clair,
Aye.
and Commissioner Bellamy.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes 7-0-1. Scott Russ is the new secretary, with Scott Russ abstaining.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Thanks.
Item 3 on the agenda is approval of minutes from the June 18, 2020 Planning Commission meeting. Are there any additions or corrections?
I'm going to move to approve.
I'll second.
Okay. The roll for vote.
Commissioner Myers,
Commissioner Myers, aye.
Commissioner Russ,
Aye.
Commissioner Green,
Aye.
Mayor Williams,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Pavlin,
Aye.
Commissioner Dick,
Aye.
Commissioner St. Clair,
Aye.
and Commissioner Bellamy.
Aye.
The vote passes 8-0.
Okay. Item number 4 on our agenda, which is a discussion and public hearing on a new application schedule for MCI Metro fiber build along portions of North Campbell Station Road, Heron Road, West End Avenue, and portions of the Cove at Turkey Creek, Stonecrest, and Sweetbriar subdivisions. Mastech applicant. Mark?
I've got up on the screen a schedule that the applicant has put together for the next few months. It has 8 phases. This was discussed back at the May 21st Planning Commission meeting, and the staff had a number of recommendations, in part due to some issues we'd had with the installation and some field related items. And I do have some citizens that have signed up to speak to this item later. So one of the suggestions was to try to break this project into different phases that would be more manageable for the town to oversee, and for us to make sure that they didn't get ahead of themselves. That basically you get approval for one phase, you complete the work in that phase, and then you get approval for the next phase, and so forth. There was some other items that were discussed at that May meeting that was some items in the application that needed to be corrected. So they ended up actually needing to resubmit. So at the time, that application was denied by the Planning Commission. They have resubmitted for a review for tonight. We did talk about the resubmittal at the June 30th staff developer meeting, and we had some discussion items that were brought up at that meeting. The staff has reviewed the updated submittal, and I don't have the dozens of sheets that are in the full submittal in the PowerPoint. We just have like an overall of the different phases. The phase that's coming up most recently is along Campbell Station and part of Kingston Pike in front of the Campbell Station Inn, and then along a portion of West End Avenue. So they won't actually get into any residential properties until early October, based on the phasing that they've included in the previous slide. So there were a number of recommendations that the staff had related to this item, that really a lot of it was also discussed back in May. And that is the requirement for a right-of-way permit for each phase, and that work would have to be completed in the permitted phase before they could get approval for the subsequent phase. That's one condition. That there would be a pre and post construction review of each phase area with the staff to try to, again, make sure everybody's on the same page, make sure that public notifications have been sent, that one calls have been made. Of course, they noted that. Look at areas where they may need to pothole to determine whether there could be some utility conflicts. And just make sure also at the conclusion of a phase that all the work is complete and that the areas affected have been restored to the pre-fiber installation condition. A third subject to here would be to ensure that the notification to property owners is sent out at least a few days before the work is initiated. If you remember back in May, they did provide us with a copy of the door hanger that they have been using for the notification. Staff would request that, this be pretty specific about so that these property owners have an idea of when the work is likely to start. Of course, it could be, obviously weather dependent, but again, a general time frame of when the work is going to start. And then a contact person that they can reach should there be an issue or something that comes up and they need to contact the representative. Another standard requirement we've had for these in the past is there would be a letter of credit for this remaining fiber build, which include the 8 phases that we looked at on the previous slide. The dollar amount for that would be determined by the town engineer. We're asking that we ensure that the town staff is on site when they do work in front of the Campbell Station Inn property, the outdoor classroom property, and really when they cross Turkey Creek itself on West End Avenue, just to make sure that we're aware that they're there and we're ensuring that there's not any issues that come up, because we've obviously invested a lot in the Campbell Station Inn property and outdoor classroom. We want to make sure that our resources are protected there. There were a couple of comments, 7 and 8, in the staff recommendations that were plan related. And the applicant I know knows about these, and they maybe can speak to how they're going to answer these. And one of them was also a discussion item at the staff developer meeting. I didn't see in the response letter what they mean by 5G site location change in the legend of most of the plan sheets. That was one thing. I know they've taken out reference to 5G and basically indicated in their letter that this was just a fiber installation project that may not necessarily be solely for 5G. And then there's also some gaps in the sheets in the submittal set. And I suspect that they have taken out the sheets that weren't relevant to the phase work that they were working in. But I would like for the applicant to speak to 7 and 8. And if we're comfortable with the answer there, then the staff would recommend approval subject to those conditions, those 8 conditions. That's assuming, again, and we've talked about this also at the staff developer meeting, that all the field items, that if there are any field items that remain from previously approved work, we need to make sure that those have either been completed, corrected, or the applicant is actively working with the affected parties to make sure that those are taken care of. So that's my comments on this item.
Okay. Roll call. I want to go through the commission members and ask if they have any questions first, and then we'll entertain a motion, and then we'll have more discussion from the applicant. By roll call, Mayor Williams, do you have any questions of the staff at this moment?
I think I'll defer my question to the applicant concerning his contact with the property owners that were affected by the unnecessary strike to their property, as far as whether it be water, sewer, gas, or anything else concerning that.
Okay. Vice Mayor Paulin, do you have any questions at this time?
I have no questions for Mark. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Russ?
Yeah, Mark, when we talk about the letters of credit, now those will be separate letters of credit. They'll be bonded for each of the each of the different segments, not just as a blanket whole? Will they be treated differently for each location?
I guess that's really not been determined for sure, but I guess what I was thinking was we would get a letter of credit for the 8 phases that were shown on one of the earlier sheets.
Okay.
And basically, it would be obviously a higher amount because it covers a bigger area, but we wouldn't. And we could always lower it as phases are satisfactorily completed if they needed us to
That
do
was going to be my next
that. We do that
question.
with other, yeah, we do that with other letters of credit.
Right,
That way
okay.
we just have to submit one, and it's a little bit more manageable probably for them and for the town. There's a fee that's charged for anytime you obtain a letter of credit, and my guess is it would be a little bit more costly and cumbersome, frankly, from town's perspective of managing these things than if they just were to group it all under one letter of credit, and then we could kind of revisit it periodically if it needed to be lowered.
Okay. Well, yeah, thank you. Will we have an opportunity to ask additional questions after MassTech has had a chance to respond to the questions that you have?
Yes, we'll get to that.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Green, you have any questions for the staff?
I do have a question for Mark. Mark, there's a list here in the packet of all the different phases, 1 through 8.
Mm-hmm.
And the map shows a lot of different sectors. And the description on the list is pretty general. Does the staff have enough information so that you understand clearly what each phase is?
Well, as you can tell, some of these phases have already been approved, and there were pretty detailed map sets for those, just as there are with the ones that are under review now. So we would rely on the individual plan sheets for the different sections of rights of ways. The descriptions there, general location description is just that. It's a general location just to tell you the ballpark area that they're looking at. You would have to refer to the more detailed plan sheets for the specific sections.
Yeah, I'm not asking for me. I'm just asking for town staff. Does the town staff have enough information so that you know what each phase is?
Yeah, we have enough based on the plan sheets. Again, my question earlier was just making sure that all the plan sheets that we need are in the submittal. That was I was talking about with staff comment number 8 with the staff recommendations, and just to make sure that we have everything that we need. And there's not sheets that are missing that we didn't know about and we find out later after they're out working in the field.
Yeah. Thank you.
Anything else, John? Commissioner Dick, do you have any questions of the staff?
No questions.
Myers, do you have any questions for the staff?
No questions from Commissioner Myers.
Commissioner Bellamy, do you have any questions for the staff?
No questions from Commissioner Bellamy.
I would have one question on Mark on item 3. We talk about the requirement of notifying the affected property owners at least a few days. I think it would be probably better to try and quantify that, I would think.
Yeah, we could do that. And they may have a standard for that. Yes, I would defer to their whatever their answer is. If it's reasonable, maybe a week out, a week before the anticipated work is to begin. That would seem
we want to make sure the notification gets there, and we just don't want to surprise. A few could be 2 days, and that might not be enough.
That would be a good question for them, and then we can amend that that aspect of the staff's recommendations to reflect that. So I think that's good. A few days is a little general. Yeah.
Okay. And at this point in time, do we have a motion and a second? We'll go to the questions for the applicant. Do we have a motion and a second?
Commissioner Myers, motion to approve as presented.
Have a second?
Commissioner Green, second.
Okay. And is the applicant present on the phone or teleconference? Mark, can you tell if they're on?
Yeah, they should be. Mike, I think Mike is probably here. He was. And maybe Mickey. Guys, if you're here.
Because I think we have some questions for you.
Yep.
Is Stanley not on there?
Yeah.
Can anyone hear me now?
I think I heard Mike. Go ahead, Mike.
Yes, both myself, this is Mike Micah, MCI 603 Warehouse Park Lane, Knoxville, Tennessee. I'm here representing MCI and the fiber build, and Mickey Harless is also on the phone to speak to the 7 and 8 that was asked.
Okay. Do you all have anything to add to the comments from the staff?
Hello?
Mark, I don't know if we got a good connection with them.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
The answer will be no, that there are no further questions for the staff.
Okay.
Okay. Mark, you want to go over the comments we've gotten from the citizens?
Well, one thing I would ask the applicant if they can answer the items 7 and 8 and staff recommendations. First one was what do they mean by 5G site location change? And the second one was just verifying that in the submittals provided that we have all the plan sheets that we need, because if you look at the pure number system, there are gaps in the numbers in terms of the plan set. So you may go from page 20 to page 45 or something. So we just need to make sure that we have all the plan sheets for the work that is being proposed.
Mark, can you hear me? This
Yes.
is Mickey Harless. Okay,
Yes,
good.
I can hear you.
I was talking a while ago and nobody could hear me. I'm sorry about that. This
Yeah.
is Mickey Harless with MOSTEC, 2715 Byington Solway Road in Knoxville. And I've been making notes as you've been speaking here to try to cover some of your questions. The request to have town officials on site when we work near the outdoor classroom and Turkey Creek crossing at West End Boulevard, that's an affirmative. Yes, sir, we'd be glad to do that. The phases that are not included, the drawings in the package, those were left out only because they had already been approved back in December, but only as part of the council review. What we had intended to do was submit those as individual permits when their time came up. So that's the reason I left those out. I can go ahead and have them send you those if you need them, but they've already been reviewed, and that's why I didn't send them. The sewer repairs, I've got a little bit of information for that, and I need to say that with COVID and everything, I have not been in the office in Knoxville since March. So I've not been there during the time when the repairs have been taking place, but I have got some information, some feedback on what had happened. At 111 Sonia Drive is Mrs. Ronald Coors. She's the only one that said she had any inside issues. She had to mop floors. We offered to clean the house. However, she was fine with it. She has a MOSTEC card and a verbal contract to fix the floor if the vinyl messes up. And she said no worries, but I asked her, this was then Micah asked her to please take the card anyway, just in case. At 11125 Sonia is Mr. and Mrs. White. They are happy and said no worries with their situation. And then Gates Mill Road, we left the card for Mrs. Bowers. She said it was only her lawn that had any issues, but it's been repaired with grass growing, and she said thank you very much. So I don't know of any others, but we have addressed those 3 individual property owners and completed everything to their requirements.
Okay, Mayor Williams.
Yes, sir.
There's one that's that you've not discussed that definitely had damage, and that was on Gates Mill.
If you can give me any information about them, a name or address, we will definitely follow up on that immediately.
That's the one that had the most damage, and you all were made aware of it. So at the staff developer meeting, I mentioned them directly.
Like I say, I was not able to attend that, and so I don't have the specifics. But if they were made available or made aware of it, then we have that. Now I can follow up on it, make sure that gets taken care of.
Well, that's
my knowledge. It was all handled.
That's right there. That was that there was damage, and in the basement, and the property owner contacted their insurance company on it, and I feel that it's not the insurance company's to pay for it. It's actually for you all to take care of with the property owner.
Yes, sir. You're definitely going to do that.
We were told that they've been taken care of, but sounds like they have not. Sounds like you've not even contacted them.
This is Micah with MCI. Yes, sir. We did contact that property owner, and that is exactly what he told us. That he filed a claim with the insurance company, and at this point in time, he was happy with all the work we did on his property, and that we offered to if there was any deductible or anything to look at that, and he said not at this time. He was good.
Repeat that, please.
Yes. So we did contact that gentleman, and your story is spot on. He filed an insurance claim with his insurance company. At this time, he did not want us to pick up any deductible or anything like that. And he said he was happy with our restoration work. If he changed his mind, he would contact us.
Okay, you know who you talked to?
Did you hear the mayor's
question? Sure. I absolutely can pull up his name. It might take me a few minutes to look through my email, but absolutely I can.
Please forward me that email, please.
Yes, sir.
It's rwilliams@townoffarragut.org.
we're ready now for citizen comments. Question?
Well, I still don't have an answer on, Mickey, do you know what is meant by 5G site location change on the plans?
There should not have been any 5G sites on there. They were supposed to all been removed, and apparently that didn't happen 100%. But the point is, the fiber, as we mentioned before, the fiber optic cable it's like a conduit. It is there to be able to send a light signal to and from some piece of equipment. And the reason that we wanted to remove all the 5G references was not to say that we're not potentially going to serve 5G towers. Obviously, as everyone obviously knows that that's part of it. But the point is, all we're trying to do is get this infrastructure there, and then in a separate application, Verizon Wireless will apply for the placement of the small cells. They could be, in reality, they could be 4G, they could be 5G, they could be many things. So that was the reason for trying to take that off there, and I apologize that we obviously didn't get them all.
Okay, well.
It may have been that in some documentation that they got, that their GPS coordinates for where that small cell was going to end up had changed, and they had shown that on their drawing and then forgot to take it off. Because what they did is they did construction drawings or design for getting the fiber optic cable to the correct locations, and then as a separate thing, they were supposed to, create a copy of that for the permit application and then remove certain things off of it that weren't, the technical things that didn't really matter. And so in this case, what it sounds like to me is it may have been one of the sites that you all had referred to back in January, where you wanted Verizon Wireless to look at 2 or 3 locations and see if they could be shifted down a little bit. It was probably one of those, honestly, because that's the only reason they would have moved it. It was because there was either a request by you guys or the property owners, or else there was some kind of a need to move it a little bit due to technical needs, to be able to get the proper reach from each small cell site. So originally they were showing like to place a handhold and access points to be able to reach some sites based upon GPS coordinates that were estimated in the beginning. And as those things were became more specified, and the engineering group for the wireless side got into it, some of those shifted a little bit. And that would have been what he had there, where he had to move it just a little bit.
Okay. And on number 8 there, basically the sheets that were taken out were part of a submittal that was previously approved, and you've already been working in those approved areas. Is that my understanding?
Well, we had 6 in the December submittal.
Yeah.
And for various reasons, we didn't get started as early as we had hoped. And what it ended up as, we only got the first phase completed, so none of the others have been done. So with this submittal, those have been put back in there and shown as a phase in the construction schedule, kind of rethinking the construction needs that we have now. And like I said, if it had been approved, then we didn't resubmit that, but we did change it, maybe change the phase name and put different dates on it. But once we are ready to do that, we'll have to submit that as an actual permit to you, and it'll have the drawings in it then. That was my intention anyway.
Okay, so yeah, I think in answer to comment 8 there is just, I would rather you just, when you update, you go in and update the files for your right-of-way permit for each phase, go ahead and just include all the sheets, and that way we've got everything in there together. There's no gaps. It's, it's all there for each phase, if you could do that. And then when
We can do that.
we issue a right-of-way permit for each phase, we'll have everything in there, and there won't be anything missing.
All right, we'll go ahead and move forward with that. I think that's phase 3, and then 7 and 8. Yeah, those 3 will need to be submitted that way. Then we'll go ahead and have that happen.
Okay, all right. And all the other comments, or you all can do those. As far as notifying, the Chairman St. Clair mentioned, can you give us a time frame on when you send out notification to property owners before you start working? Is it a week? Can we put down a week ahead prior to?
We typically do about a week, but on something like that, I mean, if we will honor whatever kind of a time frame that you guys want. I mean, we don't mind that at all, because we want to make sure we provide them with an acceptable amount of notice up front.
Yeah.
If we don't have a directive about that, then we'll do, that's where you may have heard a few days. It could be anything, I guess, but it's typically around a week. But, if you want it to be 2 weeks or 30 days or whatever the case may be, we absolutely can do that, sure.
We need to find at least a minimum. That's because it says at least a few days, and so that's just too open, I think.
I think personally it probably ought to be 2 weeks, because if somebody's out of town for vacation, they may be out a week, and they may not find out about it until they pull up at their house and there's trenching going on in the right of way in front of their house. So maybe 2 weeks before the work is to be initiated. If you can do that, and I could amend the motion or the staff's recommendation if the planning commission wants to include that as our time frame, 2 weeks prior to the anticipated work in the right of way for that section.
We would gladly do that. 2 weeks it is.
Okay.
Now we're ready for the citizen comments.
Yeah. Let me go ahead and read those in.
Yeah, Mark, that'll give the other time to send me that email that he had with the fellow that had the damage there on Smell.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. There is a little bit of overlap in these emails, in some cases to the workshop session that we had prior to the meeting, but I'll go ahead and read these because they do specifically mention agenda item number 4. The first comment is from Rich Crompton at 11118 Farragut Hills Boulevard. And he says, it is great to see the overall picture for where MOSTEC fiber installations are planned throughout town of Farragut. High-speed, low-latency fiber optic data infrastructure is essential to enabling new technologies that will improve the qualities of life for Farragut residents. I'm just as interested to see the overall plan from MCI Metro for the layout of planned towers that will support high-speed wireless infrastructure. We need to let go of the idea that 5G small cell towers negatively impact property values or start referencing studies based on small cell towers. 21% property value loss idea seems to be popular with resisting 5G rollouts, but all relevant property value studies I'm familiar with are around the several hundred foot tall towers. Small cell technology is only a few years old, and there's obviously quite a bit of difference between a decorative 35-foot small cell tower and the 300-foot tower built in 1995 at the top of Concord Hills neighborhood. The second comment I have is from Mike Mitchell at 716 Brixworth Boulevard. He asked the question, should the town of Farragut increase the bond MOSTEC has to post, considering the very poor performance to date on the installation of fiber optic cable in Farragut? The third comment I have is from Laura Squires, 236 Woodland Trace Drive. Hello, I write to ask all members of the Planning Commission to vote no on item 4. On the May 21 agenda, this project was under an applicant named only as Mostech Contractor. On tonight's item, it is under MCI Metro 2020 Fiber Build. Did they choose to identify who is actually installing and owning the fiber? Either way, I believe there is no obligation or shot clock related to any approval due to the state of emergency in Tennessee. Please approve nothing else related to fiber installation until the pandemic and state of emergency are over, so more residents are not impacted in their homes with waterline breaks, as I was in May. Additionally, there should be actual public hearings, and until that can occur, no approval should be granted by this body. The terms on the agenda, discussion and public hearing, are misnomers during this time since the public cannot be heard due to a lack of in-person meetings. As Tennessee has extended its state of emergency, Governor Bill Lee signed Executive Order number 50 to extend the state of emergency related to ongoing COVID-19 pandemic to August 29, 2020. Again, please vote no on item number 4. And then the last comment on this item was sent in by Trish Gleason at 213 Woodland Trace Drive. In relation to this particular item, the Planning Commission should not vote on item 4, which is a new Mostech application to install more fiber optic cable for 5G cell towers. Not only does that work need to be halted because the majority of citizens do not want 5G in their neighborhoods, and there is no resolve to this yet, but Mostech has also caused the loss of water for a period of time, hit a gas line in the neighborhoods, and also recently hit a sewer line flooding 2 houses. Verizon can hire a new contractor when and if the time comes before more cable to be installed. The other comments really are related to the workshop presentation. I can go ahead and read it from the same resident. I've been following the 5G tower installation in Farragut and want to say I'm not for it as it has progressed, and I continue to monitor it. I would like to know the answers to some questions I have. These are not questions to be addressed to this Thursday's speaker, but they are addressed to you, our alderman and mayor, and I hope for a timely response. First, concerning this month's workshop with the presentation from Mr. Davis, I'm someone who develops my questions as a speaker is presenting their view, and I listen. I don't have questions right now to be asked in advance. So how and when do I or the general public ask questions to Mr. Davis and the alderman that arise from this presentation? From watching the previous Zoom meetings, there's not a way to ask during the meetings or at the end. When is a citizen able to ask and obtain answers that all citizens can hear? Second, I also feel that all residents and aldermen alike deserve and require another presenter that is on more of a middle ground concerning the health effects of 5G in residential areas. Mr. Davis is, by all accounts and research, an advocate for the cell companies. His view and opinion are strictly pro-cell towers, as Mayor Williams stated when Farragut citizen asked to have another speaker have equal time at this workshop. I'm sure there are hundreds of doctors who are experts on both sides of the opinion, but that is not what we have on the agenda for this workshop. Equal time does not apply to this already scheduled workshop, as this is not a political debate, but a learning class. So when will there be another workshop that presents the other side of the 5G health issue? As the mayor stated, there are experts on both sides. Therefore, there is an obligation to give Farragut citizens both sides of the issue for citizens to form an educated opinion. And that's Trish Gleason, 213 Woodland Trace Drive. That's all I have on agenda item number 4.
Okay. Outside of the, I guess, change in the language from a few days to 2 weeks minimum notification, I guess we have a motion to approve the staff recommendations and seconded. Mark, would you call the roll for a vote?
I'm still waiting on a reply on the damage. Mayor Williams.
Oh, from the Gates bill?
Yes, sir.
So do you want to defer this item? Do you get that?
Yes, this is Micah. I just now found the contact information. It was, and I'm sorry if I destroyed this name, but it was Steve and Leisha. Yes, you maybe.
Okay, did you send that to me? Did you send me that email, sir?
I mean that's the contents of the email is the contact information.
That's not how you explained it earlier.
I mean, we spoke with this couple on multiple occasions, not just one time, but went back other times to make sure they are satisfied. And at the time of we last spoke to them, which they have all of our contact information, they did not need anything further from us. They were good.
Okay, and you said you had an email concerning that, and that's what I'd like to see.
He didn't say he had an email concerning that. He said it was all telephone conversations or conversations.
And just
all
had
he has
contact
in email
information.
is their contact information.
Yeah. So you want to make a amendment to the motion that would have a requirement for them to provide you written feedback from the discussions that they've had with the homeowner? Mayor Williams?
Mark, if you call roll call, is that what we're doing?
No, we were waiting to see if you wanted to add that requirement to the.
I'd like to have that amended, the amendment, just like we had on the week 2.
Okay, so you're making a motion for amended set of staff recommendations. Is there a second for that?
Commissioner Russell, second.
Okay. Now, Mark, will you call a roll call on the amendment?
Well, let me be clear on what we did there. We amended the few days to make it 2 weeks.
Correct.
And we added a number 9, I guess.
Satisfy the mayor's request
to provide written feedback from discussions with affected homeowners, right?
I think it was just.
Is that it?
Specific homeowner on Gatesville?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The homeowner on Gates Mill? Okay.
Okay, with that amendment and second, Mark, will you call the roll?
Yeah, Commissioner Myers.
Aye.
Commissioner Russ. Commissioner Russ.
Aye.
Commissioner Green.
Aye.
Mayor Williams.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Povlin.
Aye.
Commissioner Dick. Commissioner Dick.
Aye.
Commissioner St. Clair.
Aye.
Commissioner Bellamy.
Aye.
Okay, the amended motion passes 8-0.
Okay. Item number 5 on the agenda is for the discussion and public hearing a conceptual master plan for the redevelopment of the old Kroger property, Farragut Town Center at Biddle Farms, parcels 3.02, 3.03, a portion of parcel 3.18, and a portion of parcel 3.19, tax map 143, 45 acres, site incorporated applicant. Mark?
Okay, this item, we last looked at this at the full planning commission in May, and the applicant continues to, work more on the project and provide us with more detail. And the objective, at least from the staff tonight, is to look at this conceptual master plan and to provide the applicant with some guidance on some specific elements of the plan. We would note that, any approval by the Planning Commission of the plan at this stage would have to be conditioned upon and subject to obtaining any modifications of the town's existing regulations that are inconsistent with the plan or that would be required in order to make the project buildable, as well as obtaining approvals from other governmental entities like FEMA, for example, that may have jurisdiction over certain aspects of the land use related to this project, including but not limited to federal and state regulations of surface water. So what we're really looking at tonight, at least from the staff's perspective, is the big picture. They have made some adjustments with each submittal that we've looked at. And so if it is okay with commissioners, I did have some specific questions in the staff recommendations, and there may be some others that we can certainly raise, but I think the main thing that the applicant is wanting to find out is, are they on the right track? They don't want to, get too far down the road and find out that they've taken a wrong turn. So we need to try to give them as much specific guidance as we can. So just in looking at the conceptual master plan, again, I guess a question I have, and we've kind of seen different versions of this over the past couple of months, but what is the commission's feeling about the general layout? Again, with the stipulation I noted earlier, the general placement of buildings, parking areas, open space, the street system in general. I do know that the applicant will be discussing maybe an alternative to the space where the fountain is, that's kind of at the transition from the commercial part to the north to the multifamily part to the south. They've got an alternative that I do have a slide for in the PowerPoint, and they can talk a little bit more about that, because that's been at least one of the staff's comments on previous submittals, is try to create a mini market square, if you will, a gathering space that people really will identify as the Farragut, town center. It'll be, a unique kind of place-making space that is kind of there in the transitional point between different land uses to kind of energize the two and the larger community and connect it internally and externally. So we'll talk about that in a little bit, but I guess I wanted to get the commission's thoughts on just the general layout that you see on the screen. As you know, they have, at the request of the staff, they've taken part of Brooklawn Street and converted the eastern part to 45-degree angle parking to really not only slow traffic and then add a boulevard in there to kind of give that section of Brooklawn Street kind of a town center feel and to tie that street more to their project and to kind of be a transitional space between the applicant's project and the more traditional, commercial development to the west with the Kroger Marketplace. So that's one of the big changes. As you may remember, they did have a street that more or less paralleled Brookline, just a few feet away from Brookline. So now they've managed to basically merge that to Brookline itself with this particular plan. Another thing that they've changed was a suggestion from the staff with the parking that abuts the detention area and the public park space, potential public park space, kind of in the upper right part of the plan, to break that up a little bit more. So they've done that. They've added larger landscaped island and some raised crosswalks to kind of break up the expanse of parking and to kind of tie that community space to the multifamily space in the larger project. So that's a couple of things that they've done since the last time we looked at this. And then we can talk a little bit about the Central Square in a little while. The buildings along Kingston Pike, there is a gap between two of the buildings for visibility purposes to a larger anchor tenant that's further in the development. That is the reason for that. That could certainly be outdoor seating space there. And they also have a fair amount of private gathering spaces within the development between the buildings along the main street and as you work your way south toward the fountain area. So I will turn it over to any questions or feedback that anyone has on the general layout of the project at this point.
Let's go down the road. Mayor Williams, you have any comment on the question? About the approach?
Comments on the overall layout is good. The changes that were recommended, I think, will help as far as Brookline, and also on the other road that goes down by the park area with the raised crosswalks. I think will actually be a natural traffic calming for a long stretch of road. And well, what's not shown in here is the discussion that we had previously on the entrance off of Kingston Pike, but that was a good discussion as well. So as far as the overall layout, to me, it's acceptable, and the buildings they look good. The parking is well situated. Looks like a good amount of open space and meeting areas, as Mark said. And I think the streets are laid out pretty well. So that's, well, number one, I'm real good with.
Okay, any other questions? Not Vice Mayor Pavlin.
I would concur with Mayor Williams' points. I know that this is a separation of uses. We're not going to see that traditional town square commercial on the bottom and apartments on the top. For this being a separation of uses, they've really managed to make it feel walkable and inviting. I know that's really hard to do with parking lots, and there's a lot of parking here, but they've tried to mix it up. I do like the parking on Brookline. It tends to make you feel a little bit like you're trying to connect to the other side. Of course, the other side's development is very much car-centric and very much suburban development. So it's really hard to marry the two. but I think the key is going to be when how we connect this with the rest of what we'd like to see in the heart of our town, to make sure that we're making those good connections that make people want to maybe bike ride over or bike ride wherever they want to get to, that we're making sure that the whole of it is very inviting. So I'm encouraged.
Okay. I'm gonna ask a couple things. Mark, when did you want to talk about the where the fountain is? The alternate look at that. You want to do that before we go much further, or do you want to wait till we get through all the rest of the question? Mark, I think you're on mute.
Yes. Well, yeah, that does relate to some of these other ones. So we could go ahead and talk about that with the applicant, and I can bring up those sheets. Just with one thing Louise was talking about with the people movement system, I guess, both internally and to external properties. We certainly want to make sure that we have pedestrian and bicycle facilities that extend externally to other properties. For example, like the drive that goes down to Concord Road from the property. You know, we definitely want to make sure that there's other people movement facilities along that transportation line that, you know, connects to the greenway that runs through the property and other pedestrian facilities within the development, and just making sure that we do look at not just the property in question, but what's around it, and make sure that it's very well connected. That will definitely help with creating that sense of community identity, I think. But yeah, let me go ahead and forward through to, these are a little bit, I just got these this afternoon, so, and we'll talk a little bit about that slide as well here in a minute. Well, just to show you some things, these were in the original PowerPoint, and the applicant was showing us some images of what that central space might look like in 3D. And you can see the fountain there looking over to the west. And then, you know, these are some of the images that they were conveying. Obviously, the multifamilies on the left there of the screen, the commercials on the right. And that's kind of that central gathering space. That's that mini market square area. This is kind of the configuration that we have right now. And what they presented this afternoon was maybe an alternate square configuration. And I'm hoping that someone from the applicant can speak to what their objectives are here. I think they certainly have been listening to the feedback that we've been providing on numerous aspects of the plan, and we appreciate that. I think every time they update something, it makes it improves the plan even more. So this kind of central gathering space really is a critical space for this project, I think, and for the town. So maybe if they can talk a little bit about what they're looking at with this alternate, and then hopefully in a couple of weeks or so, we can have some 3D images of what this alternate may look like to show you, maybe to compare those two visually to see which one you think would create that better public space and that sense of identity. So Don or Bud or anyone that's here on the call, if y'all want to speak to this.
Let's go ahead and have them address that while we're at this point. So
okay,
deviate a little bit from what we would normally do, but let's go ahead and do that now for this aspect. since it's kind of new and just came up this afternoon.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. This is Bud Cullum. I actually, if Don, if you're on, I'd kind of like you to take this and go through some of the ins and outs. Not only did you people get it this afternoon, we did also. But Don, I'm gonna turn it over to you.
Okay, I'm happy to take it. My name is Don Kendall. I'm with Development Management Group, 4209 Gallatin Pike, Nashville, Tennessee. Appreciate your time, Mark, to allow us to speak on this matter. What you see before you is kind of a different look at how we could create more combined green space to try to better address the comments that have appeared the last couple of meetings. You know, the images that Mark just showed you were an attempt to take the roundabout and the drive and to eliminate the curbs so that you and to put some pattern in that area so that if you wanted to block those roads off and have an event there, you could do it and it would kind of work as one location. And then you had green spaces on all four corners of where the roundabout is. This concept kind of takes all the green space and combines it into the center of the property and makes the roads work around it. From a flow of the road standpoint, this will slow traffic down and cause traffic to go a little bit slower around the roundabout. You know, roundabouts are built to encourage traffic to keep flowing. This will be the opposite of that. But what it does is it gives you a big central green space. It's approximately half an acre that's all in one place and at the terminus of Main Street before you hit the apartments. So we believe this gives you another look at that. We feel strongly that the roundabout's a good idea and that we can achieve the goals that Mark and the staff have outlined with the roundabout. But this is something that's a different look at it. It provides all that green space in one place. And we think it's a pretty interesting concept. So we wouldn't be upset if you decided that you felt this was a better way to go about handling that common space.
Can I ask just for orientation, is this situated running basically east and west?
I'll just give it to you from the top is going toward Kingston Pike, and the building you see at the bottom of the page is the apartment building that was on the back side of the roundabout. So if anything, it's kind of upside down.
That's kind of I've repositioned my paper. I guess I guessed right. So if you're heading to, as I'm looking at it, to the right, it's going out to Concord Road, and if you're heading to the left, out to Kroger.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
That's all I needed. That is a very interesting. So is this whole center section is supposed to be green grass?
Yes, it would be green.
Okay. So when you're coming in, you basically really have to make almost a 90-degree turn to kind of get into the flow of that where the parallel parking is.
That's correct. And what we heard from the staff was the idea was that you would have events here where you would close off Main Street and have a band playing or a speaker or fireworks, you know, and that would be an area where people could congregate and still intermingle with the Main Street.
Yeah. I think this is neat.
Don, this is Bud again. The more I look at this, what I like about in my mind, and maybe it's just me, but in my mind, when I think of a town center and a town square, I think of it just like that. It's a square. And roundabouts, although you can see roundabouts in big cities, Washington D.C. comes to mind, but typically in a town square, it's a grid, and this gives you that central, better area to close off and to have everybody right in the center of your your town center without. I think it could look a lot more attractive and be more functional than the roundabout with the fountain. But
well, and it begs the question: if you do go with this concept, do you even have a fountain or a center point that you run toward as you're coming up Main Street from Kingston Pike? I think if anything, it should be minimized so that the big green space that you have.
I would agree. I guess Market Square. Don't they have a big clock in the middle of their Market Square somewhere? And that's kind of what I'm thinking. If we're going to have something, it should be kind of minimized in how much space it takes so that you have usable space and that it's functional. So I agree with that. I mean, fountains are pretty, but that's in the middle of a roundabout. And it looks like it's going to be pretty well traveled. And how hard is it going to be to get to that fountain? And is that usable space? I mean, it's pretty, but is it usable? You really want stuff to be functional.
And it could be, if you talk about the clock, one of the things that Mark's got on his list is an iconic element that will be at the entrance of this. And it's possible that you could do something on a pole that carries that iconic element all the way through Main Street and is captured here. That doesn't take up a lot of space, but really gives you a feeling that you've arrived.
Yeah, like maybe a 4-second clock. Yeah.
So that approach from Kingston Pike into the square, I see the one-way traffic, and it looks like parallel parking as well up on the top. What would that separation be from the entrance from Kingston Pike to the one-way travel square or traffic square?
It's essentially where the roundabout was previously, if you're looking at the overall concept plan.
Yeah, right. But when you make that approach, if it's in, let's say it looks like it would be in the center, I guess. Do you enter from Kingston Pike right into the traffic square, or is there a buffer? Because I see and then there would be parallel parking on I guess that would be the north side.
Yeah, so that's a long way from Kingston Pike. Mark, why don't you show the overall plan and kind of show where this is in relation to the overall plan? Can you do that? So right there, I don't know if you can use your mouse to point that out, but where that roundabout is, instead of that,
it's probably 500 feet from Kingston Pike at that point, or 400 to 500 feet, based on the scale of the map. But yeah,
it's a good ways.
Yeah,
and you're entering that Kingston Pike entrance is one way, separated by a median. So as you're traveling from Kingston Pike to the square, it's a one-way traffic pattern, and then you would turn right and continue around. It would serve just like a roundabout, but it would just be one-way square drive.
It would be, the perimeter of it would be parallel parking.
We're showing some parallel spaces there, and I think it would be nice to have some spaces there when you're not doing an event, just so you've got some parking.
Sure.
And if you were having an event, my guess is you would block off those roads and not have people parking in that area and just leave it open.
There you go. That area.
Yeah, I was just wondering, because I see in most of it looks like anywhere there's traffic flow, there's angled parking in it. I don't know, is it a space constraint for the angled parking?
Well, it was a means to try to keep the green space comparable to what we had previously. So it forced us to take those to parallel spaces in order to make sure we had a big enough space to accommodate.
Yeah, I understand. Okay.
That desire.
Thank you.
This is John Green. I have a comment. Can you go to the slide that shows the fountain as dead center in the center of the slide? I showed it's page 150 on my packet here.
Let me see if I can get out of this here a minute.
Just need to go a few pages forward, 1, 2, 3, 4 pages more than more.
Yeah, hold on 1 minute. Let me know.
One more. Well, no, one more. That one. Whoop, back.
This one.
No, that one. That's what the existing drawing showed. And I think that's really pretty, but it's useless. You know what I mean? As far as a public gathering, the spaces that you see to the left on the other side of the fountain look like they're in the front yard of the residences, and the other ones look like they're in the front yard of the stores. So they don't really feel like public spaces. What they're proposing, I really like, because it really does take all that space that's now dedicated to road and makes it and takes away some of that space over there that's next to the parking that you see in the distance there, and brings that all out where it's useful space that can be used as a public space. Fountain is really pretty, but it's not really a public space, much of a public space. So I really like that concept. The questions that I'm hearing about the parking and all that stuff, I think that as our developer does some rendering like this, it'll give the planning commission a better concept of exactly how that's going to be laid out. But I really like the new proposed town square, I guess I'll call it, rather than the traffic circle.
You know, I kind of like the idea of more open space because I think it's a lot more usable for a lot more events and what have you. My only concern would be, I guess I was looking at the fountain as an iconic feature of the development. And so I'm not sure just a clock or something like that does it. What else can we do and where would we do it to have an iconic element that really people will remember and think about and like? Add to the flavor of the development.
Can I comment a little bit on that? I think I would be. I think we need to be conservative on what we end up putting in there. We really need to figure out how the community is going to use that space, and as that space evolves, it may tell us just by how we use it what we might want to put in there for our iconic element. I think we need to be careful that we don't fill it in until we really understand. A lot of that stuff it tends to evolve. I'd like to see less than more on the front end until we really really settle into that space. I guess that's my 2 cents.
I'm just asking, what are the thoughts on what if we're no, I like the other concept. Don't get me wrong, but again, you know, what are ideas that as we evolve this plan that could give us another iconic element. And and I worry about, you know, we don't kind of think with the end in mind, and we can preclude and we'll never get around to doing it. I mean, the infrastructure to support some element or what have you, go back with an expensive retrofit or something like that. So we kind of begin with the end in mind and have some idea or ideas of what that might be. That's what I would like to see. But I think, you know, spot on to have a better use up front of that space for events that can better utilize that space for the whole community.
Well, and I like that idea, Ed, and I'm thinking kind of bigger picture with whatever we put in there. How do we tie it to like what we're doing at the Campbell Station Inn? Can we have something that's iconic that is also at the Campbell Station Inn, because we've got space there that have something there. It doesn't have to be the same thing, but something of that flavor that says, oh, okay, this is all part of your town center. So I like where you're going with that idea, and I get what you're saying. We do need to have something that we've got to have some plan
How about, would you consider like
And
an art
then you also have
structure?
this, you also have the space over, large space between the detention basins, as I read the plan for where those are located now and separated. So I don't, there's a lot of potential for the whole site.
I think Mr. Kendall was going to say something. Were you going to say something?
I think about what we're doing in Nashville at our roundabouts, and it could be that you commission an artist to do some kind of art structure that kind of fits the feel and the desire of the the neighborhood and what you want to be there, and it's something that is unique, and just people call it out and say, oh, I want to go there, and maybe it's something that's not so prominent that it distracts from the green area, but it also gives you a central point of arrival.
Yeah, I'll look to you very creative people to think about that and give us some thoughts.
Perhaps we could put a bean there like they have in Chicago.
Commissioner Myers, did you have?
Well, personally, I like the green. So I want to echo what everybody else is talking about, or we can call it the square. I do get concerned about just putting some structure in the green just to put a structure, because you may be precluding some events. I mean, I think about where maybe Oktoberfest that we've hosted out at Renaissance over the years, and they just need lots of green area. And all of a sudden you put a structure in the middle and it kind of messes up the pattern. So I do think we need to be real thoughtful about, whether it's a piece of art or a statue, or there's a town center down in Ottawa, maybe it's Cleveland. I'm trying to remember, between Cleveland and Chattanooga. That's a small town center, and they have a green. And what they did is they basically put kind of a small covered stage at one end of their green, and then they put some restrooms at the other end. And I'm not saying to require that, but there might be some other things that we could do that achieves kind of the goals of what this area is. Because when I'm doing some rough math here, trying to calculate, I mean, I'm thinking this could be as big as maybe 80 by 250 feet. Now, Don, he might be able to answer that. Don, what's your best guess about what the dimensions of this?
I knew that was going to come up, so I scaled the drawing, and I've got it at 75 by 315.
Okay,
so
that's
you're pretty close.
Over half of an acre.
Yeah,
that's a pretty big green space. I mean, that would be pretty awesome. Obviously, to keep it looking nice, it's going to need to be irrigated. But I do think that's a real amenity that the community. There's a lot of things that could happen. Taste of Farragut, or different events, art shows, different events that could occur in that green space, and they've got the peripheral parking to be able to support it. And so there's a lot to like here with this. There was, both in Mark Shipley's write-up and his introduction tonight, he alluded to the fact that there may be some items that are, for lack of a better word, in violation of our ordinance tonight. And what I'd like to ask Mark is, are there some design elements that you see already that are not consistent with our current requirements? That apparently you guys may have talked to some of this as staff developer. I was out of town for staff developer, so I didn't catch it. But are there already some things that you're concerned about that we're going to have to deal with? And are there any low-hanging fruit maybe you want to talk about tonight that are big philosophical things that the applicant would like to know about?
Well, one thing that this is a complex project. It's an exciting project, but there's a lot of moving parts to this project. So there is the flood considerations, obviously, that we all know about. We're going to have to, work on that and some of the more detailed grading related issues and opportunities there. But then there's also the land use plan and the zoning. There's going to need to be some modifications probably to the future land use map and the zoning map and ordinance to some degree. And we will be reconvening our steering committee, our land use plan steering committee, probably week after next, to talk through some of those considerations so that we can, guide the applicant. We don't want to slow the process down on this project by any means, but there's, like I said earlier, there's a lot of moving parts and a lot of things to consider that we need to, work through and be meticulous about that. So as far as design and architectural, appearance of the buildings and things like that, I don't know that I've seen anything that was problematic from the renderings that we've looked at so far. It's more or less just going to be, some of the language that we have in our ordinances and different, whether it's parking and loading. We don't really have a town center street cross section that really would provide for something like they're showing, which we need to provide for that, obviously, because, parking lots are required to meet a setback from the right of way. Well, their parking is going to be in the right of way on some of these streets. So just things like that are manageable, but we just have to work through those with the applicant and with you all. So I don't know if that answers your question or not. I think they're all doable, but it's just a matter of taking the time to go through, kind of like what we did with the Outlet Drive corridor to some degree. We looked at what they were proposing and what we had in place and tried to identify what may be in conflict that might need to be revisited, and then figure out a way to work on those things and have hopefully a good end result with this project. Because like I said, it's got a lot of excellent features that would be a real amenity to the town. But there's just a lot of things that, that we need to think about and deal with this.
Mark, that does help me quite a bit.
Commissioner Dick, do you have any question, comments? Betty? Betty, go ahead.
Oh,
You have any comments, questions?
I think she said no.
Oh, she said, oh, sorry about that. Commissioner, how about you?
No questions or comments.
Austin, how about you? It's probably some of the first use, so.
Yeah, I mean, it's just an interesting time to be a youth representative on the planning committee. You got a new, town square, you got subjects like 5G and all that. It's a really interesting time, I'd say, personally.
You've been quite an experience, there's no doubt.
Well, I'm learning. That's what I'm here for.
Austin, I would love to sit down with you at some point, obviously socially distanced, to go over with you the basics of the land use plan and zoning, because once you understand that, then you start understanding the verbiage that we're talking about. And that I think would be very helpful for you to understand what we're looking at right now, because we're talking about we've got to change our land use plan. You probably haven't even seen our land use plan. So yeah, I would love to sit down with you at some point. I'll reach out to Mark to get your email address and make sure that we can sit down so you can feel like you understand what's going on, because there's a lot here. It is really an exciting time for Farragut with all of these things that are happening in the heart of our town. It's really starting to come together, and yeah, we'd love to have you up to knowing what's going on, because it's your age group that's going to be using this stuff at some point. So
Yeah. Thank you.
I'll reach out to you.
No further discussion or questions. To have a motion, remember this is a conceptual master plan, and as Mark mentioned earlier, the approval of the plan is conditioned upon and subject to obtaining any modification of town's existing regulations that are inconsistent with the plan, or that will be required in order to make the project buildable, et cetera. So with that, Edwin, do I have a motion for approval of the conceptual plan?
Well, have we gone through all of the renderings and discussed the layout? There were some of the slides.
Yeah, why don't we let's go through the rest of these if we can, and
okay.
We'll now. I think the feeling I'm hearing from commissioners on the alternate that you see before you is that they think that that's on the right track, and obviously it would be helpful if we could have some renderings that we could compare this alternate to the one that was originally proposed, and see what the differences are as far as creating that sense of place. Honestly, I'm kind of like Louise. With this space, it might be best just to leave it kind of open for now, and maybe look at the entrance area for some iconic elements that would try to encourage there, but then maybe figure out how that space is going to work, and and then kind of develop, if we need to develop any iconic elements at that time, then we'll have a better sense of how the space is being used and how people see the space in its current configuration, and it may not need any modifications. So I don't know. I think she makes a good point on that. So yeah, if we could get maybe some renderings of the alternate, and then we can certainly share those certainly at the next staff developer meeting if we can have those by then, and that'll give us something to compare and contrast. Getting back to the original the questions, we talked about the general layout. My sense is that you all are generally okay with the layout. As far as the division of uses, obviously the commercial and office is going to be north of what's shown as the roundabout right now, there in the middle. And then to the south is going to be multifamily that they're proposing. Is the commission, are you generally okay with the uses, the division of uses? This is not really this is kind of a hybrid. It's not a town center development necessarily, but it has some town center elements. It's kind of a multiple use or a horizontal use town center, as opposed to a mixed use, vertical mixed use type development. But is the commission generally okay with these uses and the portions of the land that they're devoted to?
This is Mayor Williams. I think they've done a good job with this from the time we first looked at it till now. There's been a lot of movement. Of course, a whole lot of it had to do with the lay of the land, and we really had to kind of wait till they had to wait till they had a little bit better direction on where to put the buildings and how to lay it out. But I think it's definitely a good division of the use of the property, in my opinion.
I would concur. This Vice Mayor Pavlin, I would concur with that. We're well aware of, as we've gone down this road, that traditional mixed use isn't really going to pan out in a suburban community. And apartment dwellers, they're not going to want to live amongst the commercial area. There's the separation of uses. I think they've married the two well. They've made it so that there's an ability to walk over to where you want to get. Plus, you have that open space. That open space park is, I think, is going to be a jewel once all of this comes into being. A lot of people, I hear a lot of older people that are not wanting to live in houses, want to live in an apartment. They want a view. They want the ability to see something that is not just another apartment building. And they've laid this out so that the view is there, the opportunity is there, the park is right there, and I think there's plenty of parking there for the public. When I think about that area, and I've said this before, we have two options essentially. We can make it, or you can have it commercial, and then this multifamily. I think multifamily works here better than it does anywhere else. It's going to attract the kind of businesses that we want in that front area, having residential area there. I think this is it's really coming along. I think this is good. I think we just have to be very careful that our town center might just be really spread out, and that's what we want. We want everything to kind of work together. What's going on the other side of Campbell Station is going to matter. It's all going to be very, very important that we're connecting all of this. So I think this is an awesome first piece of what we'd like to see in the heart of our town.
This is Commissioner Russ. I totally agree with Mayor Williams and Vice Mayor Poblin. One question I had about the residential portion that's on the south side. It looks like there's a proposed 280 units, and I don't see any allocation for any of the residential as private amenity. And when I say that, I mean like a clubhouse and a pool type situation. Is that would that amount of density, call for something like that typically?
Yes, it's in the middle. If you look at the roundabout on Brookline.
Yeah. Like dead center in the middle?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's clubhouse, pool, recreation.
Got it. Yep. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other comments? Mark, do you have any other questions for us? I think we're all.
Yeah, I mean, some of these are just overlap, obviously. One thing.
All these things in the context of the concept as it's evolved,
Yeah.
being the large open space tonight. So just something specific. You want to draw us out on some more comments, go ahead.
The only other thing, well, the iconic element, I guess we could talk about a little bit, but then also the street system that's shown in green there on that particular slide.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the applicant is proposing be public streets. Obviously, Brookline's currently a public street. Modifications to Brookline would be within the public street. Then all the other streets that they're showing in green, they would like to dedicate to the town, and then the town would own and maintain those spaces. So obviously, as I mentioned earlier, we don't really have a street cross section for some of these type of layouts with the parking within the right of way like that. But I guess I did want you all to weigh in on your thoughts about those transportation systems being part of our public street network as they're showing here. If you had any concerns or questions about that.
Well, I think my first question would be the obvious question is, does the development fully depend on those becoming proposed public streets? Would that be a deal breaker on the project if that weren't the case?
Want me to take that, Mark?
Yeah, you'd be able to answer that better than I could.
Let me start at the end and say most likely yes, but then fill in and give a little bit more commentary. Two or three things. We feel like that for a town center to have, it's not an exact grid, but we're trying to go with a grid. And I think this latest thing for eliminating the roundabout in favor of the square makes it even more so. But we like the idea of having public streets as a part of a town center, because a town center, typically the streets were public. Now, from a selfish standpoint, and to tie directly into your question, is it necessary? We have a lot of challenges from a site work cost standpoint, land costs, you name it, to make this project work, especially dealing with the flood situation. And we, so far, we feel like we have initial support with the Knox County Commission and the Knox County Industrial Development Board and the Knox County Mayor to work together to supply either a TIF or a pilot that can help toward this infrastructure cost. And the more of the costs that we're doing that end up being public, in this case, these roads would be public, then that will allow for some of that cost to be absorbed in that TIF or pilot. So, you know, that's one of the reasons we're doing this. There's also some title things dealing with stuff that happened years ago that in some of these areas absolutely will require it be public. That was actually addressed early on before we morphed this into a much larger project with the multifamily attached to it. But I don't know if I answered your question, but
No, I think you did. But it's just, these are the kind of questions I think that are going to come up for sure as the project progresses, and it's brought out in front of the citizens of the town as well.
This is Mayor Williams. Typically on a project of this magnitude, if you see other similar projects, the developer does go with a TIF or a pilot, and because it's the cost of building the infrastructure is tremendously high, particularly in this case because of the water situation. But once it is done, then it's turned over to the town of Farragut to maintain, like our other roads. But how they actually recoup some of this and their initial outlay is through the pilot or the TIF. And that's become more and more common as you get into very challenging pieces of property. And this one definitely is a challenging piece of property. So that's my comment on that.
Right. Thank you, Mayor Williams.
Any other comments, Vice Mayor Pavlin? Since it's being maintained by the town of Farragut, I guess our officials need to be comfortable with it. We've heard from Mayor Williams. Do you have any comments?
No, I've always known that we would have to have some responsibility with this. This is something I've been talking about for a couple of years now. Yep. Understanding that we're going to have a responsibility here. So I agree.
Very good. Any more comments, questions? Are we ready for a motion?
Does anybody else have any thoughts on an iconic element? Or I know we've looked at renderings of the buildings in the past. We don't really have any other than those squares, the pictures that were in the PowerPoint dealing with the public square area. But I don't believe the the appearance of the buildings has changed. I just wanted people to weigh in on that too. If I think in the past, it's, you all been generally okay with the appearance of the buildings. So unless somebody has anything else to add specific to the layout of the project or anything that might benefit the applicant at this stage of the review, then I think we've provided the guidance that I was requesting.
And Mayor Williams, back to the iconic, I think the entrance is very critical on Main Street. I think Bud's got some ideals on that. And I think that is something I think will really stand out and is actually the entrance to Main Street. So that's all I have.
Yeah, I'm thinking just of other things that I've seen other places. I know large gazebo where they use that also as a bandstand, certain things like that, or a stage kind of a approach to it. That just none of it could blend in very well and not look just like something pedestrian. I don't know. There's all kinds of things. That's why I was just asking for some creativity from folks that are creative. I'm too much of an engineer. I think right angles and stuff. Are we ready for a motion?
Just to be clear, this is on the conceptual master plan and
with the caveat,
condition, and it's conditioned upon and subject to obtaining any modifications of the town's existing regulations that might be consistent with the plan, just as in the staff recommendations, that language. So with that understanding, because again, they're still working through some of the specifics, so we just want to make sure that ultimately it's buildable.
Yeah, that specific language is in the paragraph right below the 7 items that Mark wanted to discuss.
Okay.
Mark, I do have, this is Commissioner Myers. I do have a question. The new entrance on Campbell Station Road is presently shown as a right in, right out. To me, it seems like there's plenty of separation between intersections and driveways. What is the rationale for not allowing them just to have a full access point there?
Sorry, there's a raised median there.
Well, I'm looking at the GIS on it. It looks like the raised median terminates. So it's, obviously without that raised median being shown on the concept plan, but it looks like it terminates fairly close to there. It seems like there could be a design there that would give them a full entrance and still meet all of our separation requirements.
In the absence of the raised median, it probably does meet the distance separation. So I don't know. That's a specific item that when we were looking at the layout, it appeared to us that the raised median does extend all the way to the end of the right in, right out, and then it starts with the dashed area beyond that.
Well, yeah, and it may be that they have to slide it so far over into the floodplain. It does work. It looks like on KGIS, looks like there's maybe 100, 125 feet to work with to be able to get that in. But again, got to make the turn lanes work. But it seems like that for traffic circulation, if it's possible, I think it would make more sense to have a full entrance there, and instead of just a right in, right out.
Yeah, it's something that we can certainly look at with the applicant and their engineer.
Yeah, if there's no conflict, that's an excellent idea.
Anyway, for the record, I think it's a real interesting plan, and it's that they put a lot of thought into it, and it obviously it may not be exactly the vision that we've all had about this town center, but it really comes close in addressing a lot of the things that we'd like to see, and they've done a good job even with their larger retail tenant to be able to kind of de-emphasize them, so it's, even though it may be their anchor, it doesn't necessarily look like an anchor. I'd like to applaud the applicant. I know they spent a lot of time and effort on this, and they've done a great job, at least for me, checking my boxes of what's important with our zoning district there, as well as being in the MUTC.
Thank you, Commissioner Myers.
John Green, I have one more question before we make a motion here.
Okay.
In the large retail store that's shown on the plan that's in front of us right now, there's a bold line that goes around that and out into the parking lot and back again. What does that bold line represent?
That bold line, that will be a separate parcel, and they will ground lease that parcel from us. And and then there'll be a document where everybody has cross access and everything. So that line, no one will ever see that line. No one will know what, as far as the general public, that line doesn't exist.
Except that the public road goes through it.
Yes, and that's probably something that we need to address. That we're probably going to have two separate parcels right there. Actually, I hadn't even caught that yet, Commissioner. That's a good point.
Okay, I guess we can account for that in the language, Mark, that you've got here, where we need to make whatever modifications, manage whatever modifications to our existing regulations to allow for this concept plan.
Yeah, that's the kind of more site-specific information that we need to work through, and elements of the plan that we need to work through.
Yeah, as this thing evolves. Okay, are we now ready for a motion? All right, no more questions. Do I have a motion in a second?
So I'll move this, Commissioner Myers.
Second.
Second.
Mayor Williams. Okay, roll call vote.
Mark, will you call the roll?
Yes, Commissioner Myers.
Aye.
Commissioner Russ.
Aye.
Commissioner Green.
Aye.
Mayor Williams.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Povlin.
Aye.
Commissioner Dick. Commissioner Dick.
I thought I was on.
Commissioner St. Clair. And Commissioner Bellamy.
Aye.
And the motion passes 8-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Item number 7 on the agenda. In public hearing on request access points permitted on a local street as provided for in the driveways and other access ways ordinance in relation to the property at 11740 Weather Vane Drive. John David and Allison Deason, applicant. Mark? I think you're muted.
Sorry. Okay, I keep forgetting that. Yeah, this is a request for a variance for the number of access points that are allowed on a local street per our driveways and other access ways ordinance. The property is a corner lot. It's in the corner of Weather Vane Drive in South Monticello. It has approximately a little over 150 feet of frontage on Monticello and a little over 200 feet on Weather Vane. There's been a house on the property for many years, but current property owners have bought it a few years ago and are making some substantial renovations that are nearly complete. And part of those renovations is dealing with the access to the property. Now, I had talked about the circular drive with the applicants early on, and, talked through the ordinance requirements and the process they might go through to get a variance. But ultimately, when the building plans were submitted with the site plan package within them, I'm not sure what happened, but it was a few months after that conversation, but they were approved basically as shown on the screen with the circular drive. And it's actually, if you read the ordinance language, it does not actually allow for 3 access points. It only allows for up to 2 with the amount of frontage that they have. So they are nearing completion. As I mentioned earlier, they've already pretty much graded in the circular drive, and that's how we caught it, was that it was established in the field and, obviously was approved in error. So we asked them to, stop on that element of the plan for now, and so that they could pursue a request for variance. They provided a number of reasons for their request in the packet, pretty detailed submittal. Basically, what they're showing on the screen, we do have in our driveways and other access ways ordinance an allowance for a circular drive on a local street with less than 200 feet of frontage. And there's certain specific criteria that circular drive would have to satisfy. And I think the applicant's position, and they can speak to this because they're in on the call, is that they are on a corner lot. They have a relatively short access from the house to the garage, which faces Weather Vane Drive. So the circular drive is basically kind of a place for people to park that are visiting the property, so that they don't have to park in the street on a corner lot, which creates a little more of a safe situation. The circular drive that they show there does satisfy the requirements in the driveways and the other access ways ordinance. It's just that there's also language in that ordinance that says a circular drive shall count as 2 access points. So with that language plus the 3rd access point on Weather Vane, they exceed the allowance of 2 accesses. So basically, the staff's position on this is that we should act on the variance request so that the applicant can proceed one way or the other. Obviously, this goes to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen after this, but at least they'll have some direction on this circular drive. But I think from our position, a larger question is whether the existing statute should maybe be revisited in relation to corner lots and circular drives. Because if this weren't on a corner lot and they just had the one access, they could have a circular drive in lieu of one access point on South Monticello, as long as that circular drive met the criteria in the ordinance. So I think their position is that this is kind of an alternate to the otherwise one access point that really wouldn't have all of the criteria that we have for circular drives associated with it. For example, one access on South Monticello could be 25 foot wide, and it could be right at the side property line. The circular drive, the driveway width maximum is 15 feet. And then from the inside of the circular drive, there has to be at least 60 feet between those access points. The circular drive has to meet a minimum 10-foot setback from the side property line, with a total of 40 on the 2 side property lines. And then if you take a line, stretch it across the front plane of the house. From that point down to the public right of way, they have to have no more than 35% lot coverage, including the circular drive. So that's one thing that if the variance is approved, staff would recommend that the language be addressed similar to what we put in the staff recommendation to address the corner lots, so that essentially the circular drive would serve as that one access point that would otherwise be permitted, as long as they can meet that criteria. In the case of this applicant, and probably most applicants that have these things, they're going to need to verify compliance as part of an as-built once construction is complete. And so that's kind of an overview of this request. I'll be happy to try to answer any questions that anybody may have on this.
This is John Green. I have a couple of questions. First of all, the photographs that you've included in the packet indicate to me that the driveway is already roughed in based on the approval that was already given to the applicant. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. Yes.
So, and it seems that part really seems to be in compliance with the existing regulations. So I get that part. And I think what you're asking in item 6 here is that there's really two issues. One is a variance for this applicant, and the second is changing the regulation to clarify it. Shouldn't we separate those two issues?
Yes, I think we need to go ahead and act on the variance since that's been submitted.
Okay.
I think, as I put in my recommendation, it's something for us to consider in the very near future, that maybe that language needs to be more clear. I suspect that that's how this got approved in error, is that there was a misunderstanding from the reviewer about that particular provision, because frankly, it's a little bit confusing.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is we probably the motion ought to just deal with the variance, and
yeah,
and it will later time we deal with the amendments to the.
Yes, this would just deal with the variance. That is the motion that
Right.
this item would deal with.
Marcus, Mayor Williams, I'd like for you to read in the public comment on this because that may influence what we have in the motion.
Okay.
Mayor, I would first ask, are there any other questions, comments from the, and then let Mark go into the comments from the public.
Agreed.
Mark, yeah. Anybody, Vice Mayor Pop, or any of the other commissioners have any questions?
I have none.
None here.
Okay. Unless anybody has one, they'll go to the comments, Mark, from the.
Yeah, we do have one comment, and that kind of gets back to what I was talking about with the as-built on these circular drives. We have a number of these circular drives already in town on qualifying lots, like in Bridgemore. I think that's when the language actually was developed, was for an applicant that was in Bridgemore. And wanted the circular drive instead of the one access point. And so the comment we have on this item is from Brigham Thomas at 11731 Weather Vane Drive. He notes, please have a town representative physically measure the proposed circular driveway for compliance with maximum lot coverage and maximum driveway width. Do not rely on the measurements depicted in the applicant's site plan drawing. The gravel bed for the proposed circular driveway exceeds the 12-foot width illustrated in the site plan. The actual gravel bed is approximately 18 feet wide at 2 locations, measured approximately 7 feet inward from the road on Monticello Drive. According to section 22-150 specifications, permanent access, The maximum driveway width for a permitted circular drive is 15 feet. A new driveway was poured on Weathervane Drive. The new driveway is approximately 7 feet wider than the original driveway, which is different from what is depicted on the applicant's site plan. A markup of the applicant's site plan is included to illustrate the measurement lines of the gravel bed for the proposed circular driveway and the coverage area of the newly poured driveway. So yes, the applicant would absolutely have to verify compliance with the provisions that are in place that would apply to not only the circular drive, but the main drive off Weathervane. The drive off Weathervane is existing. They did add a turnaround area to that, but I think maybe the owner or applicant could maybe speak to probably both of those comments.
Yes, this is John David Deason.
Yeah, let's hear from you guys. Go ahead, John David.
Okay, great, thanks. I'm the applicant for the 1174 Weathervane Drive address. I guess specific to the comment, the gravel was poured much like it is on a lot of driveway projects prior to the actual wood used to create the forming for the concrete. So there is a planned next step if this were approved for that form to match both the appropriate locations as drawn as well as the dimension requirements. We're very aware, as we stated in some of the information that we provided, what the criteria and requirements are. So the grading happened and the gravel was poured without any border, if you will, to catch that at a specific location. But the aesthetics of this is equally important to us. So that's partly how I would answer it as well, in terms of making sure that this is done appropriately. We ended up actually demoing the existing driveway. Again, it was a bit more of a desire from an aesthetic standpoint. We had to make the decision also at a time that we were uncertain of whether or not the circle driveway was to be poured. We had planned up to that point shortly after grading for just the circle driveway to be poured, but we made sure, and we basically expanded the width. I wish I had pictures of it to show you, but it's meeting the proper dimension criteria for the driveway itself at the garage, but it was just determined. We had some piping and some drainage to run to the rear of the property, and we were also concerned about, again, the aesthetics or finished look of adding some new concrete in more of that basketball type area pad that would have been added to it, and how that actually would tie into the existing driveway. So we ended up spending additional money to essentially just pour newer concrete in that existing driveway, all within proper ordinance dimensions.
Are there more questions of the applicant? Comments?
Mayor Williams, none.
I don't have questions for the applicant. I have questions about the variance, because obviously if we grant the variance, we have to have a reason for granting the variance.
Right.
Is the reason that we envision amendments being made to the ordinance? Is that the reason? What's the reasoning that we want to use to grant the variance? I'm just asking that question.
Well, that's a good question, because that's something we need to ask. because variance is requesting to do something that others aren't allowed to do, so we need to justify that. I do believe that the language, just from the staff's perspective, needs to be more clear. And I kind of again look at this, if you just assume this wasn't a corner lot and it only accessed Monticello Drive, they could have either one access point, 25-foot wide driveway, or they could have what they show here. So it's basically giving them that kind of option, but it would be in a corner lot setting. It's kind of what the staff's envisioning. So it's, it's kind of a unique situation, and oftentimes corner lots are a little bit trickier to park on the street. So you want to maybe provide an opportunity to have some parking on the property itself, because there's oftentimes visibility concerns for people that park near intersections. So that would be the only logic that I could come up with on this, is that there's an anticipation that the language dealing with this will be requested for an amendment to essentially provide for what they're requesting a variance for at this time.
I guess the element of off-street parking and that being in a curve, when I went over there and looked at it, that have been to access the garage from the other than weather vane would not have been very convenient either. So it was quite a rearrangement. I think perhaps there are some safety elements for it over off-street parking.
Well, I'll ask, do we have, is Ron Pinchuk still on? Did he get off? I guess he got off.
I know that there's been instances of circular driveway issues, and we did not grant variances either too, so.
Well, that's my concern, is this ultimately we can envision a change to the ordinance all we want, but if we don't have approval from the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, and Ron and I are only 2 votes, then that's the sticking point. Although clearly we need to clarify the language. So.
Does not look like Alderman Pinchuk's still on the phone or on the line.
Yeah, I noticed. Yeah. Well, Rainier, what do you think about that? What I'm struggling with?
Well, it's a good struggle. Typically, this would not be something that would that you would look at and say, okay. You would just look at it as strictly a luxury item. But when you look at how short his driveway is, and the fact that it is on the corner, and if you have minimal parking, then they're going to be parking on the street somewhere. Typically would be weather vane, because that's where where the normal driveway's at. It would be somewhere around that area, and not typically on Monticello. But there is a pretty good stand of trees, if everybody's looked at that.
Yep, sure are.
And I think safety visibility is the only thing that I can see here that I would really be concerned about as far as future parking on the street, and it could create a hazard. Obviously, it did not before, but evidently the applicant thinks it probably will be in the future, or he wouldn't go to the trouble of spending the money to put in this circular drive, which will not be cheap. Or course, he did increase the size of his previous driveway by, what was that, Mark, 7 feet or?
Mark, you're muted.
Sorry. Yes, that's what they stated, but I haven't personally measured that yet.
Okay. Well, I mean, he did make an attempt to put more parking in, but I still don't think that would be adequate if he had company. So I guess that's the only thing I can see as far as reasoning.
And I don't think that this is going to be a controversial issue at the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. I just realize all too painfully sometimes that I am just one vote on the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. So
I guess the question is, right across the street is another corner lot. And, ultimately, if we approve the variance and if we change the ordinance to provide for this, we just need to understand that, anyone in the same situation could do the same thing. And so that's the question as to whether you all think that's reasonable, that somebody could have a circular drive in lieu of the one single drive that may be wider, as long as they can meet all those criteria for a circular drive, to give them that option, that access option. And that could be an option anywhere on a corner lot in town where it can meet the physical requirements. So that would be ultimately, because otherwise, a variance request, other than safety, I don't really know of a reason to support a variance from a staff's perspective. It's hard to, I wouldn't have a problem with the text amendment that I put forward in the staff recommendations, but the variance is a little trickier. Because again, other than maybe the safety issue, because it is at a corner lot intersection, I'm not sure what grounds they would have, because you could theoretically provide a turnaround and just have one access on Monticello Drive, so that people could park on the property. But so it's a little tricky.
So Mark, let me ask you this. The amendments you're proposing would bring this property into compliance. Is that what you're saying?
As long as they met those criteria and verified it, yes, it would. I do think we need to go ahead and act on the variance.
Yes, I understand that.
But that could be certainly some logic to it, is that we are doing what we're doing with the variance with the understanding that, and I don't know how the full planning commission or the board feels about a text amendment on this, but that seems to me to be kind of a logical approach. If we know that we're likely to change something to basically provide for what they're asking a variance for, then that seems to me to be, a logical reason to move forward on the variance with that understanding.
Mark, what was the rationale years ago when we've restricted the driveway access points? I know we basically, rewrote it a couple of years ago for some folks who wanted circle driveways, and we've dealt with circle driveways quite a bit, off and on, either in violation or in text amendments. But can you just remind us of what was the purpose? Obviously, I can see the purpose on collectors and on arterials, but on local streets, what was the rationale why we needed to restrict the access points?
Well, I think we just wanted to establish some kind of cutoff, because usually oftentimes ordinances get written because people do things that they maybe shouldn't have done. So you don't want to just have an unlimited number of accesses. So on a corner lot, we actually do allow for 2 access points, one on each street. And then if you have enough frontage, you can have 2 access points even on the same street, on a local street, but you'd have to have a pretty good amount of frontage. So it's just basically to have some control over the number of access points, to lessen the times that, the curbing is affected, that all the things that you have to maintain within the rights of ways, there are less conflicts, if you have a sidewalk, and I've seen this many times where when somebody pours a driveway and there's an existing sidewalk, they never tie it in properly. So the more curb cuts you have, which could be also a safety issue depending on where it's at, the more potential conflicts you have with other public infrastructure. So just trying to have some kind of cutoff in the number of access points. If you don't have that, then, there's really nothing that would prevent someone from putting 3 or 4 access points on a house lot. I don't know why they would want to do that, but it's that ordinance was created actually back in 98, I think 97, 98. So some of the original discussion there, I don't really remember. But my sense is that that's what it was about, is just trying to limit, to minimize the number of cuts on public streets, create some safety by separating access points, and having certain distances that access points had to be from intersections.
As an alternative, has anybody discussed with the applicant taking the circle driveway, connecting it to where the old driveway around the corner of the house, and then eliminating the curb cut closest to the intersection?
Yeah,
you still get a circle driveway, you still get the
Yeah.
extra parking, but you've eliminated one access point.
I talked with the owner and his architect about that option early on. And I think they were trying to, just from an aesthetic perspective, there's some nice trees in that corner part of the property. And they were trying to, it was an aesthetic preference, really. But they could do that as an option. Yes, that's a possibility. And we talked about that. I talked about that with the applicant, or even having a one access and then come around and have like a mini cul-de-sac, a small area where you could turn around and you would have places where people could park, but you wouldn't have the actual 2 access points on Monticello Drive.
I can't imagine that would be very attractive. If I lived across the street from that, it would irritate the crud out of me. So this at least very attractive. Certainly adds to the beauty there, to try and solve a problem of the access points and then make property look attractive is, I don't think, a good goal for us to have.
Yeah. We were just trying to provide guidance with the language that we had in place is all I was doing. But that's why I mentioned, in the recommendations that we may want to revisit that language ultimately.
I'd hate to lose all those trees too.
Yeah, I'm looking at the photographs. It does look like there's a couple of very large oak trees that are near that corner of the house.
Yeah, there are.
I'm actually a big advocate of circle driveways. I like circle driveways. I like any time that you can create off-street parking. I think it's good for everybody. I don't know if you've ever been in a neighborhood where there's not enough off-street parking and you just get constantly just rows of cars that are parking along the curbs. The only thing that I'm concerned about is the Pandora's box. When somebody else comes to us in a situation that we hadn't even contemplated yet, and they want 3 access points. The best I can tell is the applicant maybe has 200, maybe 350 feet of road frontage. So they got a lot of road frontage. That's unusual to have that much road frontage. I'm just trying to fathom of when this could ever come back, not this particular site plan, but another site plan where it's going to be a real problem. And I'm more thinking about when we're doing the text amendment, is that palatable? Is that something that we could support? Because generally speaking, what I'm seeing here, I support this. This makes sense. I'm just trying to figure out how, if we're going to create a Pandora's box that we hadn't even contemplated.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, Noah.
Mark, this is John David. Do you mind if I comment on that?
Go ahead.
That's fine. Sure. Yeah.
Okay. Just in response to Commissioner Meyer's concerns, it certainly was an issue we were very sensitive to. I understand very much when you make a request like this, you know, is it a precedent-setting situation that certainly could create some unintended consequences, and that's just what you don't know. So one of the unique factors here, and it somewhat goes to the total amount of frontage. We actually have 392. We actually, and I made this comment in the packet because it is something that distinguishes this corner lot from the other 4 corner lots at this intersection, meaning only this particular property would qualify if there were some consideration, I guess, for, say, an additional criteria for the corner lot, which could be added, I guess, as a part of the additional text. But that is that the side that is Weather Vane Drive, which does not have the circle driveway on it, is actually large enough to qualify for 2 access points. And it only has 1. I'm not sure exactly how it would be phrased, but it's the non-circular drive road frontage that exceeds 200 feet. So it had to do with the total size of the lot itself, but it was a distinguishing, or maybe just a difference about this particular corner lot property versus for instance, the lot across the street that Mark was referring to earlier, which does not have that amount of frontage.
I think the applicant on to something here. I think it does make sense. I think this is unusual to have this much road frontage. I think it might be just simpler to say something like, and I'm getting ahead of myself here, kind of wordsmithing of what a text amendment would look like. But maybe it's something like, in the event total road frontage is more than 350 feet, then you would be eligible for 3 access points. You still got to meet all the other criteria as far as width and separation and so forth. But there might, I think he's right. I think it's unusual for a corner lot to have that much frontage.
And of course, that helps us with our ordinance language, but really then we need to get back to the variance. I don't have a problem approving the variance based on safety and a potential, well, not potential, the clarification of this, the ordinance language, which needs to happen. Regardless of how the Board of Mayor and Alderman feels about it one way or another, the clarification needs to happen. I don't have a problem doing that. Does that make sense, Mark, to give those two reasons, safety and?
Yeah, that's fine. I think we could add some language like the applicant's talking about with maybe the non-circular drive road frontage is greater than 200 feet. And that would really restrict it to, lots that have a fair amount of road frontage. So,
But you're talking about that for the ordinance, not for the
Yeah,
variance.
yeah, I think the safety maybe, and then the fact that we're going to be revisiting that language that would likely provide for this, assuming the Board of Mayor and Alderman and Planning Commission are on board with that.
And this is redevelopment.
That's about the only thing I could think of as potential grounds for a variance, because you could create something on the property and meet the current requirements. There's really no question about that. So, I think if the commission feels that an amendment is needed that would, for a similar qualifying lot, provide for the same opportunity, then to me that's a good reason for moving forward with the variance in this case.
Then I'm going to make a motion to approve the variance based on safety and the need for an amendment to the ordinance for clarification.
I'll second that.
Okay, Mark, would you call the roll? Unless you have any other comments from the citizens or anybody.
Okay. Commissioner Myers.
Aye.
Commissioner Russ.
Aye.
Commissioner Green.
Aye.
Commissioner Green.
He said aye.
He said aye.
Aye. Okay. Mayor Williams.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Povlin.
Aye.
Commissioner Dick.
Betty?
Commissioner Dick. You there? I'm assuming she's there. I don't know. Oh, there we go. Commissioner St. Clair.
Aye.
And Commissioner Bellamy.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes 8-0, and this will go to the Board of Mayor and Alderman.
So then we'll put this on the list of things to do, right? Text amendment?
Yeah, that one should actually be pretty simple, actually, hopefully.
I think we'll do that by the next. I think you're still moving.
Yes, I think that's something we could do, yes.
Okay. Moving along, item number 7 has been postponed. Item number 8 on the agenda is only. It's on a request to rezone property at 11824 Kingston Pike, parcel 025, tax map 52C, Group J, 1.81 acres from Office 01, General Single Family Residential R2, Troy and Evangela Stavros, Apple. Mark?
Okay, yep, making sure I wasn't muted. This is this rezoning request involves well, first of all, let me get to the right slide here. Jumped ahead somehow.
Yeah, on the next one. There.
Okay. This involves about a 1.8 acre tract behind First Bank in West Knox Chamber of Commerce. It's property that's currently zoned office, and it had a house on it many years ago. It was converted to an insurance office, and now the property owner that's bought the property, they're wanting to rezone it to general single family residential and use the old house as a house and maybe subdivide some of the remaining property in the future. The property is specified as low density residential on the future land use map, as you can see there, and it backs up to Linda Heights and Farragut Crossing subdivisions. So it's consistent with the future land use map. So that's basically an overview of what they're requesting. I think the applicant is available if you have specific questions, but the staff doesn't see any issues with the requested rezoning at this point.
Are there?
Yes, Mayor Williams, I have one. What are they going to use for a entrance to this piece of property? Mark?
Well, the currently the entrance is through the backside. They would have an access point on Federal Boulevard for the lots that they would be platting in the future if they do that. But currently, they would be using the current access that is provided to the existing house that was the insurance office until they figured out what they wanted to do with the rest of the property and subdivided that.
Mark, how many parcels do they envision? Just 2?
They envision 3. There's this house lot, which they would probably put in their own access down to Federal for that, and then 2 smaller lots along Federal. They all would have to meet, obviously the zoning and subdivision regulation requirements. My guess is they would be comparable in size to the lots in Linda Heights and Farragut Crossing.
Mark, what I was getting at was if you're going to have 3 lots on that, they're wanting 3 curb cuts on Federal, or what are they trying to do here?
Well, that would be something we'd have to look at, as part of the subdivision process. It's not really relevant to the rezoning itself. We could require them to have a shared access for the 2 smaller lots, or something like that when we're looking at the subdivision plat itself.
Well,
parking lot right across the street. So.
Yeah.
If we start talking about rezoning, you really kind of got to look at the and we have other stuff like this where you have the curb cuts as far as the entrance, and if it's something that's as far as the driveway spacing or whatever, is it a shared driveway or I haven't looked it up to see what the length of the lot is that faces Federal.
Well, each of the proposed lots would be, each of the proposed lots would be at least 75 feet wide.
That's pretty good down to that.
I mean, it would be just like the other lots that are already platted in Farragut Crossing. They all have their own access to Federal. Now we could, as part of the subdivision platting process, the Planning Commission could work with them on a shared access for 2 lots. That's always a possibility. But really, these lots are going to be pretty much like the ones that are on down Federal Boulevard in size and access.
And I would agree. I think we're getting a little bit beyond what we need to really be discussing, because that does happen those discussions happen at the time of subdivision. It makes perfect sense to me to rezone this to R2. I think I think the residents would be happy about it. Access to them is a little complicated. It looks like there's an island, so they're going to have to turn right out of there, regardless of how many exit or driveway cuts you have. But that's, of course, something also that gets dealt with during the subdivision process. But this makes sense as a rezoning to me.
This is Commissioner Myers. I agree with Louise. I think it makes sense. It's always had a residential flavor about it, and really he has enough frontage that he could provide 100 feet to each lot plus 50 feet to the house for their driveway, And so even though we're getting a little ahead of ourselves thinking about subdividing it, I think this is a perfectly appropriate piece of property to rezone it to residential.
I agree. Any other comments from any of the other commissioners?
None.
If not, let's see, this is just for discussion.
It's just a workshop, yeah. We'll have it on for a vote. Yeah, we'll have it on for a vote next time. Yeah.
Let's see, now we're at item 9 on the agenda is for discussion only as well. Request to rezone parcel 021.03, tax map 153, end of Spring Branch Lane from rural residential R1, general single family residential R2, 6.84 acres, Rackley Engineering applicant. This one we've had a bit of discussion on.
Yeah, this property is at the back of the Inverness. It's not part of the Inverness subdivision, but it's kind of at the back of a portion of the Inverness subdivision. It has platted access to the Spring Branch Lane, which was a cul-de-sac constructed as part of Phase 3 in Inverness. There's actually a plat note on the Phase 3 plat that says vehicular access is provided from Spring Branch Lane to what it referenced as Lot 1, which is most of the property that they're requesting to rezone. The rezoning request itself, property's obviously zoned R1 right now. They're requesting R2, and that's what most of Inverness is zoned. Actually, the property to the west is R1 OSMR, which is a smaller lot than R2 in Briarstone. So as far as the zoning districts themselves, it would appear to be, consistent with the surrounding plan of development. The future land use map specifies that area as low density, very low density residential, which frankly, by the time you take out the public streets and open space and detention, they're going to end up with a density of very low density residential, 1 to 2 dwelling units per acre, probably on that property with the area that they're looking at. A couple of questions related to this that we talked about at the staff developer meeting on June 30th was, one was what was exactly meant by vehicular access. Was it just a driveway into the larger property, or was it the ability to extend a public street off of Spring Branch Lane into the property? And I do have some citizen comments on this that I will read in the record here in a minute. It appears to me from the staff. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to give a little historical perspective on the note. I can remember that when we dealt with that, that's a large cul-de-sac. A lot of the discussion there was emergency vehicles and what have you, and the fact that that's to get back to that area of the subdivision, you got to go in and around quite a ways to get to it. That was envisioned just to be an access as a personal, like a driveway to that other piece of property. It was not envisioned to be a public street per se, and for the rest of the property, like a part of the subdivision.
Yeah, and that makes sense because otherwise you would think they would have stubbed a public street into the property if that was their real intention. So that seems to me to be the case physically on the ground.
And if you look at doing that,
yeah,
challenging too.
Well, and that was a big discussion that we had at the staff developer was, it says vehicular access, but there is no clarity that vehicular access meant an actual road because they didn't stub anything off. Mm-hmm. In addition, as we were discussing and working through it and listening to the residents' concerns, this was recently all subdivided by the Mrs. Goins, and she has access on Turkey Creek Road. She could she could sell part of her property or provide an easement through her, by her driveway, to have access to that piece of property. This property would not, if it develops, would not be part of Inverness. So you're basically, it doesn't make sense to put a new neighborhood all the way in the back of an existing neighborhood. If it had its own access point off of Turkey Creek Road, it can have its own identity that is separate from the Inverness neighborhood. And you'd have more clarity about HOA issues and what their property was. And it just doesn't make any sense to, I would not agree to rezoning if the access is expected to be off of Spring Branch Lane. That's my position.
Mayor Williams, I agree with that wholeheartedly. The way that was originally set up as Ed said, was as a driveway. That's a vehicle access. That, I mean, you could theoretically have a lot right there. You could and build a house that would actually face Spring Branch Road or Lane, and then the rest of it be a property. But the common sense way to do this is to come in off Turkey Creek Road, and you know, she owns all the property, so that's definitely something she could allow to happen, so that they could develop this reasonably well built subdivision. Yep. And so that's my take on it as well.
Any other comments from other commissioners?
I think a question that the applicant was wanting to have the commission weigh in on is kind of a hypothetical. And that is, if they were to be able to work out an access off of Turkey Creek Road for the public street, what would be the Planning Commission's feeling on requiring a secondary connection to Spring Branch Lane? Or would that be something that the commission would be open to granting a variance, given the fact that Spring Branch Lane is a completed cul-de-sac and the proposed development of this property would likely only result in about 10 house lots at most? I think they wanted some guidance on that. I don't know if Russ or Bob are in on the call. They could chime in as well, but I do believe they wanted to kind of get a sense for how the Planning Commission might treat that. This is kind of a street that, if I lived on Spring Branch Lane, I would not expect that there would be a public street extended off of that cul-de-sac to that property, just from the looks of it in the field and how it's developed around that.
Mark, Mark, this is Russ Rackley. If I may jump in here for a minute. Yeah, good evening, everybody. Been on here for a while. We'll make this kind of quick. Obviously, we don't disagree with the objections to the Inverness residents and the staff comments in our staff developer meeting. However, we are, I guess, bound initially to submit for the property that is available, which is this parcel that only has frontage on Spring Branch. What Mark alluded to is for us to go back to Mrs. Goins and say, well, in order to develop or rezone this, subdivide this property that you're wishing to sell, you have to have frontage off of Turkey Creek, because the town and the residents, citizens of Inverness, do not want a road connection to Spring Branch. We don't want to then, if Mrs. Goins is willing to re-subdivide her property to give us frontage on Turkey Creek to allow for a road access, then come back to planning, and planning at concept require a connection to Inverness, and it be perceived that somehow Mrs. Goen was, for lack of a better term, took. So she has subdivided this. Obviously, subdividing that 6 acres plus or minus is worth a lot more value in a purchase or a sale to her than for a single family residence, which is understandably none of not the town's concern. However, y'all know us, you know me and Bob, and as I stated in staff developer, we're not in the business of taking advantage of folks. And so I just wanted on record tonight, before we asked her to revise what she has done, if she is willing, if she desires to sell us this 6-acre parcel with frontage on Turkey Creek, that there's just something on record that the town's position is there will be no, for subdivision purposes, there will be no connection to Spring Branch Road.
Well, that's written into our, you can get a variance from that in our subdivision regulations anyway. It's less than 30 houses. The connection is not envisioned to be a road. It was only envisioned to be a driveway. That does not qualify for a fire access road. So I don't have a problem with that. That obviously you're still going to need to get that. Mark, he's still going to need to get that variance, correct? From the connectivity.
Yeah, he would have to request that. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But it's there. It's available to you. It's less than 30 homes. So I don't really have an issue with that. With what, Russ, is the clarity of what you're requesting. The only thing that can come off of Spring Branch Lane is a driveway. And that would not, you wouldn't need that access for a driveway when you're developing the other way.
Correct. Thank you. That's all we're looking for. It's just some clarity for Mrs. Goen. That was her portion of Inverness was her family farm originally, and I believe, and we just don't want to be in the spot. So just wanted something official, and as we continue. Initially, she's not willing to give access off of Turkey Creek, which is fine. She can market the 6 acres for a single family lot, but that may change. I just wanted to stay on the agenda and just get the entire commission's input and feeling, and just something on record other than the staff developer meeting with the desires of the town regarding not just rezoning, but subdividing this parcel, and that it needs frontage on Turkey Creek.
Mayor Williams, I have to agree with Vice Mayor Pavlin on this. I don't see it any different than Brass Lantern. In other words, you've got less than 30 houses there and you have one entrance.
Yeah.
This is Commissioner Myers. I feel the same way. I could not support rezoning this without having frontage on Turkey Creek. There's a parcel that she has kind of to the west of her house, which would line up nicely with Lake Haven Road. It seems like that'd be a great candidate location to tie a subdivision entrance in. But for the record, I could not support rezoning this in its present configuration.
Any other commissioner?
I do have one letter on this whenever y'all are ready.
I think we're ready. Go ahead, Mark.
Okay. This one is from Charles Cologne, Inverness Community Representative. This is on behalf of the Inverness subdivision as a whole. They wrote a letter about this rezoning. Community of Inverness would like to thank the Farragut Municipal Planning Commission the opportunity to speak at this public forum in regards to the requested rezoning permit and subsequent potential development of the reference property. It is the community of Inverness's request that approval of this permit and or subsequent development not be approved if the planning intent is to connect access through the cul-de-sac at Spring Branch Lane located in Inverness community. While this property has one connecting lot within the cul-de-sac of Spring Branch Lane, allowing for the development of this lot as an extension of the road creates significant concerns and is not supported by the Inverness community for the following primary reasons. One, the property owner of the lot located at 0 Turkey Creek Road has recently made the choice to subdivide her property for development and profit. The newly subdivided property does not allow direct access to Turkey Creek Road. However, the divided property already has driveway access to Turkey Creek Road through one of the property owner's subdivided lots. Since this would be a private development of the property owner, not the future development of the Inverness community, the Goins development should not be allowed to modify and connect through the Spring Branch Lane cul-de-sac. Community does not oppose developing the property as approved by the Planning Commission, but does oppose the development of the private property that would require any connection to Spring Branch Lane or any requirements of ordinance that would subject the Inverness community to develop to compliance. This is a private development not involving Inverness and should not affect our community's current condition, as Inverness is not seeking development. Secondly, the cul-de-sac at the end of Spring Branch Lane was designed to be how it currently is developed, as a cul-de-sac with homes in its circumference. There is no stub road for the street to be extended through. These are homes completely surrounding this cul-de-sac, along with a greenway path that allows residents to traverse the neighborhood as it was designed. If this lot was allowed to be altered, it would negatively impact the homes that were built and purchased as cul-de-sac homes and would affect all residents who use the greenway access. Connecting a new development to the cul-de-sac would create a significant negative impact that would be shouldered by the families that are already established within the cul-de-sac. Community of Inverness relies on the town of Farragut to protect and support our community interests. The potential development and access through Spring Branch Lane increases the safety risk and breaks the integrity of the community from which it was originally designed for more than 140 families that reside within the Inverness community. We respect the Planning Commission's time and efforts and hope that we can work together to protect our community's safety, quality of life, and build future success for the town of Farragut. That's all I have on as far as citizen comments on that item.
Okay. Well, Russ, I think you have the feedback from us.
Yeah, no, I want to thank y'all for your time. We don't disagree with the position of the commission or the objection to from the Inverness, but we are ultimately bound to what property is available to purchase, and we're in conversation to see if we can make something else work out. So I appreciate your time and discussion and record on this matter. Y'all have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a neat solution if you all can work it out. Thank you. Next item on the agenda discussion is item number 10 is a request to amend the Farragut zoning ordinance to permit a microbrewery and brew pub. Carlos Cortez, applicant.
I'm going to turn this discussion item over to Bart Hose, and he can go through some of what he talked about the staff developer meeting and review this item for you. It's unmuted.
Bart's our staff expert on microbreweries and beers.
I'm a little concerned about my reputation there, but we'll work with that. This item basically involves some potential. Why isn't this advancing? Hey, Mark, what's up with the? Hang on one second.
Okay.
Click out of it.
Okay. And this item basically involves the potential to make some zoning amendments to support small-scale brewing that would probably be part of a brew pub. Admiral's Corner and the developers of Admiral's Corner have asked the town to consider making some zoning amendments that would allow them to essentially do microbrewing on site there in their restaurant and essentially operate a brew pub there. Some of the basic elements that we've been looking at that would be needed to support that would be what the definition of that would be from the standpoint of the town zoning ordinance, whether or not you want that definition to include food service requirements, sort of the size and scale of operations and the different thresholds that might drop into that, and then on-site sales and service and wholesale distribution. In looking at some of those various elements and in thinking through it at the town staff level, we've sort of determined that some of those things would probably be best handled through the town's beer board and beer permitting, and those would be things like the percentage of food sales that would be required in a tavern and thus apply to a brew pub. The amount of beer that could be brewed, possibly through having a brewer's permit put into the beer related ordinances that are elsewhere in the municipal code. So what we really want to do at this point is focus mostly on the zoning aspects of it and and some of the zoning changes that we think would need to be addressed. And those sort of boil down to how the town of Farragut wants to define the permitted use, what zones those would be allowed in, and then any additional criteria that the town might want to attach to that as a permitted use. So, the first thing we probably need to consider are definitions, and there's a few different ways of going about this. We've done some research at what other jurisdictions in the state are doing. Here's an example from Collierville, where they define both a brewery and then they have a definition of microbrewery, and you can see their definition of microbrewery includes places or eating places. So they're really talking about more of the concept of a brew pub and tying that particular use to both brewing the food on site, but also having that connected to some sort of restaurant type facility. And again, the percentage of the food, I think the Board of Mayor and Aldermen are going to be looking at their definition of tavern and what percentage of food to put on that. And we would probably align this use with the tavern use. But that's all to be decided. Again, we're really trying to think through the zoning aspects of this. Another example is what Knoxville does. They separate out microbreweries from an industrial use, and that's something that we need to do here is to make clear that we're carving this out as a particular use that would be allowed in the town's commercial districts, and then again, depending on what districts you want to allow it in and under what conditions. Again, these are a couple of example definitions that are being used in Knoxville. We've looked at those and we put together at least a sample definition that we think might work here in the town, and I've got that on a slide that'll be coming up in a couple slides. And another issue we need to consider is where you would like to potentially allow these and what zones you'd like to allow these in the town. If you think it's a good idea to allow these, obviously the C1 mixed-use town center overlay is the first one that comes to mind, and that's where Admiral's Corner is now. So obviously they're interested in seeing the microbrewing use allowed in that zone. Some other thoughts that we've had or that came up during the staff developer conference meeting was the neighborhood convenience commercial zone, the regional commercial zone, and then also over on Outlet Drive. So those are all things to think about, and we'd like to get your input on that tonight as to what zones you think those might be reasonable in, or that particular use might be good for. There's also the idea of additional development criteria depending on the zone and the situation. Here's examples from Knoxville, and again, we've kind of distilled this down and come up with a few that we think might work here in Farragut that we'd like to get your opinions on, and I've got that in a follow-up slide as well. So those are really the issues we need to sort of at least discuss tonight and get some input from y'all on. So here's a potential definition that we've come up with. Both Trevor and I have been working on this. So, the concept, at least the feedback we've gotten from the Staff Developer Conference and also from the town board, is probably tying this to be both a brewery and a restaurant. There seems to be some strong feelings that there needs to be a food component, that's a part of these. I don't know how the rest of the planning commission feels about it, but it was discussed at the staff developer conference. So Trevor sort of worked to sort of come up with a possible definition. So for our purposes, what we might do is define a brew pub as an establishment licensed by the state of Tennessee for the manufacture, blending, fermentation, processing, packaging, and distribution of beer or malt beverages, operated in conjunction with an eating establishment involving preparation and serving of food to seated patrons, in addition to on-premise consumption of beer or malt beverages, including beer produced at the microbrewery on the same premises. Something to that effect would seem to cover both the food aspect of it and also the microbrewing aspect of it. Based on this, we might also need to just have a definition of what a microbrewery is or what microbrewing is. But again, that's something that we can add to a potential ordinance as we go forward. Don't know if you have any input on this definition, or if you want to wait to the end to chime in on that.
Bart, that definition looks good to me. I don't think we ever really need a microbrewery in town unless that Collier defined microbrewery as something with a food component. So that's the only way we should be having it. There might need to be some clarity ordinance that the establishment, the restaurant aspect of it needs to be open and operating when the tasting room is, if there's a tasting room or if there's tasting going on. I don't know if that needs to be in the ordinance, but the being that you always need food available. So
okay.
I guess
I'm just taking some notes as we go. So
those are my points, and I don't have a problem. Certainly, it belongs in the C1 mixed-use town center overlay because that's where the first one would like to go. I don't have an issue with it being in NCC. We might want to not be a use on review type of thing where it gets reviewed for NCC. I don't know. Regional commercial and then the outlet drive, those seem like reasonable places to have a brew pub. I don't know if we want to limit those like we did the taverns to, like we limited the taverns to 3 at first. I guess that's a discussion that we could have too, but.
Yeah, and I think that's something that we need to try to align with what the town board wants to do in terms of beer permitting, because one of our ideas here is to require it to have a permit, either a tavern or a restaurant permit, and so they would be limited and unless those are expanded, and I guess it comes down to whether or not the town and the town board are going to want to have control over the absolute number of these in terms of them coming in individually and asking for the number of permits to be expanded. That's not really a zoning decision, I guess. That's more of a town board decision as to whether or not how they want to treat the use from a beer permitting standpoint.
Yeah. That's a good
It
way
looks
of
like,
thinking about it.
this is Ed, I think perhaps maybe, the Outlet Drive area, I think we need to decide whether we want a microbrewery or not, but that might be one area where we might want one sometime, or could have accommodate one sometime. But I think the question is, do we want to entertain it now or let that need develop whenever?
Mayor Williams, I agree with Ed and Louise to at a certain extent, if it's available in the Outlet Drive in the ODRE/E area, then that may entice a second micro pub. But I do think it's really important to tie the food to it, and also I think it also needs to be deemed initially as a restaurant and not a tavern of any sort. It needs to be really a restaurant, number one, and then a microbrewery in the restaurant, or a micro pub, because like it said, a microbrewery plus the restaurant equals a micro pub. I do think we need to tie the food to it percentage based on square footage of the facility. If it's a big facility, then it naturally should have more food. I don't think you're going to have a small facility that would have a microbrewery in it, or a micro pub even. My input.
And I guess, Mayor, do you think that needs to be done through the zoning, or at least have us look at doing it through the zoning, or is that something you think is going to be handled more through the alcohol-related provisions of the municipal code, in terms of percentage of food in a tavern versus percentage of food in a restaurant? Because even now we have taverns that have a lower percentage of food that don't meet the threshold to be a restaurant.
Yeah, that's true. It may be a limited use. You have what we call limited use restaurants, but you also have you may also have a restaurant that does catering. So it may also have alcohol as far as beer and liquor. But I think with this being a brew pub, I think you're probably focusing on the beer part of it. And then on our end, because we don't really control the liquor part of it.
Yeah. I think internally we were thinking these would be permitted in a under the municipal code and alcohol provisions, sort of similar to the way like wine to water is, or in terms of a lower percentage of food than what a full-on restaurant would require. But we can, again, I think that's a discussion that the town board has to have in terms of how they want to permit alcohol sales, and then at what percentage they want to tie the food to that alcohol sales.
Well, water to wine, if you're using that as an example, she runs 40% food.
Yeah.
Which is extremely high for that small of a facility. But again, that's not a brew pub.
We've also got to be very careful, because if it's a brew pub that is in distribution, that's a lot of sales. And if you're tying a food sale to that as a percentage, you're hurting their ability to be a distributor, at least even locally. So that's something we got to really work through.
Okay.
In particular, like if you look at the Outlet Drive, access to the interstate there for if they're looking at any distribution beyond just the local restaurant and sale.
Okay. So if you're reasonably content with that definition, some potential additional development criteria that we sort of we sort of borrowed them from Knoxville and kind of compressed them into a tighter package maybe than some of theirs were, requiring all the manufacturing, processing, packaging, all the storage and that sort of thing that that's related to the brewing to be internal and completely within enclosed structures. So there'd be no storage of raw material. There'd be no locating of the actual brewing vats and vessels outside the building. We looked at potentially requiring some screening around loading areas and service doors, particularly on newly constructed buildings, and then taking into account that we may have some existing buildings that are reused for this, where they may not be able to fully screen, but build in some provisions that they have to do the best they can in terms of minimizing the impacts of doing as much screening as they possibly can if they're reusing an existing building for a brew pub, and then again basically conditioning the permit or the allowing of the use on obtaining all the other necessary permits from the beer board. So if you have any other ideas for additional development criteria, or whether or not, again, like Louise had brought up, the possibility of in some zones, maybe these being some sort of use on review or specially permitted use that would have to go through an extra review process beyond just a simple permitted by right.
Bart, can I ask you a question about the second point? Service doors in a newly constructed facility shall be screened with opaque materials. We have the corner, Admiral's Corner. They're going to have those service doors that I assume they're going to serve for the food trucks that come in, and they're also going to serve as the service doors for whatever brew pub they've got going on.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Certainly, they're not going to be able to be screened, and quite frankly, that's kind of part of their business is having that visibility. So I think we need to be careful there.
So
yeah, I don't think screening would be
yeah.
It's not like screening a dumpster. That's one thing, but when you're brewing beer with vats and vessels, I think it's something that I've never been in one where they screened it. Everything's to where you can see it. I do not think it needs to be outside, but to address the item of worrying about how much food versus retail versus wholesale sales is, I think, if I remember correctly, the tax basis is different on the two. So I think you could pretty easily segregate those two items based on how much they sell in-house versus how much they package and wholesale.
Okay.
If it's indeed wholesale, Bart, does some of the beer that, like, you go to a brew pub downtown and they sell some of theirs for off premises consumption, like they bottled it.
Yeah.
Is that considered, is that a wholesale sell or is that a retail sale?
I'm going to guess that's a retail sale. I'm not 100% sure on that. I didn't look into the different taxation of it at that level. I mean, typically that's going in there and buying a growler or buying a crowler and walking out with it, and that's more of a retail transaction. I think wholesaling would be more where they're kegging the beer and then distributing it to other tap houses to serve at their bars.
And
Okay, we
certainly
have
we
Carlos
envision
there. I
that
think
happening. Okay. Sorry, Rob.
I said we have Carlos there. I think he could probably enlighten us in some of those areas if he so desires.
Hey guys, I'm here. Yeah, I think Mart's got it right. I mean, you can have your growlers and crowlers and so forth, and that'd be a retail sale, and you may, want a keg and ship to another tap house for them to serve, so you can, expand the marketing and branding of that product.
I agree with you, Mayor Williams, that we need to be keeping an eye on that, but we need to make sure that we're not limiting their ability to actually build their brand for the beer they're trying to produce and sell. I just don't want to limit that ability. So we just need to be careful when we look at that. So that's all I'm saying.
Okay, I agree with that to the point to where a brew pub is brewing it and they've got clients that come in and they're after that brand because they like it. But if it becomes the point to where if we have no limit, then and you've got it becomes a manufacturing facility, major manufacturing facility and a minor on-premise sales, and I don't think that's really what we're looking for here.
I would agree with that.
And I've got a couple slides here coming up because there was some question about the scale of these facilities and what they are about at the staff developer. So we did a little more research and based on some information that Trevor and Mark found from the Alcohol, Tobacco, Tax, and Trade Bureau, about 75% of all breweries produce less than 1,000 barrels per year, which that's in line with some of the smaller microbrewers that we called around town and just sort of quizzed them on about how many barrels of beer they put out per year. Most of the ones we talked to were less than that. And then about 95% of all breweries produce less than 15,000 barrels per year. So they're not really, large industrial uses until you get to, Anheuser-Busch or something like that. So they're fairly small. And we also got some pictures of a couple of places around town that we just pulled off the internet just to give you an idea of what some of them look like. Here's one where the stainless steel you see in the back there is the actual brewing operation, and it's just separated by a small little knee wall from the actual tables where you can sit and have the beer. So it's you can see it's not a large scale operation. It can be done actually right in the facility along with where people are eating and being served food. Another slightly larger example, here's one where some of the brewing equipment is actually apart from the restaurant or the serving area or the tap room area, whatever you want to call it. Those are slightly larger, obviously, than the ones in the preceding. Just a larger operation in terms of brewing. Here's another one in town that, again, there's just a knee wall there, sort of separating the seating area from where they're actually doing the brewing. And another angle from the same facility of the preceding is, that's their serving area, and that actually is more of a brew pub. They have a kitchen that's back in behind that far wall. People line up there and order their food, and they can sit at the tables or sit outside and eat the food and have a couple of beers. So Again, you can see these are fairly small scale operations in terms of the brewing.
It looks like that used to be a garage.
Yes, sir, it was.
Bart, do you need anything else from us? Do you have enough to start?
Yeah, I think so. We can go forward with that definition. I'll get with Trevor some, and we'll talk a little bit. I think it's a good point to take the service doors out of the restrictions there. You know, if it was my understanding that you felt like it was appropriate in certainly the C1, a mixed-use town center area, maybe the NCC. And out at Outlet. I wasn't clear on whether you thought it was appropriate in the C2 zone.
Which is Turkey Creek, right? Well, it
Yeah.
already exists in Turkey Creek, so we may as well make it available in our part of Turkey Creek.
Yeah.
Okay.
Agreed.
That makes sense. I'm not quite sure how to address, you know, the percentage of food issue that, you know, again, that might be something that the Board of Mayor and Alderman needs to deal with at their in terms of I think again from speaking to Trevor, I think he's thinking some of this may be addressed with the percentage on taverns and restaurants in terms of alcohol sales versus food sales. And possibly the creation of a separate brewer's permit, again, elsewhere in the municipal code, and potentially capping, you know, the maximum number of barrels that a brewer can produce per year in the town, and that might deal with the mayor's concerns about the industrial use aspect of it.
Yeah, we talked about that as staff developer. That does make sense. Just making sure that that number is a reasonable number that keeps it a microbrewery. I do think we need more clarity on retail sales and wholesale and sell of food to make sure that we're not making it difficult for them to have a successful business, but also making it clear that this is a restaurant as well. It's serving food, and needs to be a promoted part of the aspect of this business.
We're not looking for a beer joint. We're looking for
yeah,
better than that.
Yeah, we've already got a couple of those.
Yeah.
I'd like to jump in if you guys don't mind for a second.
Go ahead, Noah.
I do also agree. I think that the brew pub, meaning the food, is an essential component to this. I really think we need to consider including this in all of C1. We've got some old tired shopping centers in the town of Farragut, and this might help be a catalyst to get some of those shopping centers redeveloped, i.e. the Ingalls Shopping Center is C1, but it's not in the MUTC. And and who knows what the future may hold in other areas, but I can't, as long as you can meet the separation from I think it's 340 feet, either from a church or from a daycare and schools like that, like any restaurant would have to do. I really don't see a downside in making this eligible in all of C1.
I would agree with that.
I would agree as well.
Yep. Good point.
Okay. So basically just all the commercial zones in town.
Yep.
Yeah.
Definitely a growing market for this. So.
Okay. Any other comments or?
No, you're on the right track. Look forward to getting this thing hammered out.
Okay. I'll turn it back over to Mark.
Thank you, Bart.
Sure. Have a good evening.
Thanks.
Thank you, Bart.
Next item on the agenda is item number 11, approval of utilities. Mark?
That's the picture right there.
All right. I'm back on.
We have any utilities, Mark?
We don't have anything on utilities.
Okay. Last item is item number 12 is citizens forum. So Mark, you want to?
I do have quite a few. Yeah, I have quite a few for that. Basically two separate topics, and I've divided them into that. So I will read these in. I will make a comment though that just as if we were having a meeting in person, we do have public comment protocol, and we do also ask that the applicants provide their name and address. So for those submittals that did not provide an address or had language in the note that was offensive and did not follow our public comment protocol, they will not be read. So with that, I will start. The first one is from Tran True at 11101 Sonia Drive. I would like to request that Dr. Devra Davis be given equal time to speak during this workshop so that she can have a full understanding of how 5G will affect our community. Next comment is from Mike Mitchell at 716 Brixworth Boulevard. I request that the Farragut Planning Commission in the next meeting allow the Environmental Health Trust a workshop of equal time to Professor Christopher Davis. Professor Davis is not a medical doctor, a toxologist, or an epidemiologist. He is an engineer. I want the Planning Commission to have education from the medical side that concerns our public health. Purpose of Professor Davis's workshop was to be educational. I've done some research on Professor Davis's ties to the cellular industry and have serious issues with what I've found. Some of Professor Davis's research is paid for by the cellular industry. Example 2010 study, absence of nonlinear responses in cells exposed to RF energy at mobile phone frequencies using a doubly resonant cavity, supported by the Mobile Telecommunications and Health Research. 2008 study, a doubly resonant cavity for detection of RF demodulation by living cells, funded by Mobile Telecommunications and Health Research. International intercomparison of specific absorption rates in a flat absorbing phantom in the near field of dipole antennas. Davis et al. IEEE transactions on electromagnetic capability, supported by the Mobile and Wireless Forum. Mobile and Wireless Forum issued a report called 20 Years of Research, stating that the MMF's support of scientific research has resulted in the following peer-reviewed publications, and cited the research they funded with Davis as an author. In addition, the paper states that they supported testing methodology, International Interlaboratory SAR Comparison Program Principal Investigator, C. Davis Institution, University of Maryland, United States. Professor Davis was an expert witness for the industry in smart meter court case. Professor Davis testified on behalf of the trade group CTIA in Michigan hearings. That's Cellular Telecommunications and Internet Association. Professor Davis did an affidavit for Kane versus Motorola. Kane died of a brain tumor. Robert Kane developed a brain tumor as a result of testing a prototype antenna for a cellular telephone when he was employed by Motorola as an engineer. Defendants attached the affidavits of Dr. Christopher Davis and Dr. Theodore Phillips. Dr. Davis, who received his PhD in physics, averred that Kane's exposure to RF could only have elevated Kane's brain temperature a maximum of about 0.23 degrees Celsius. He further averred that an elevation in temperature in the brain, even by a few degrees, can happen naturally without harmful effects, such as when a person exercises. Robert C. Kane and Patricia Kane, plaintiffs appellants versus Motorola, Inc., Thomas Hull, Guarino Balzono, and James Phillips, defendants. My research shows too many ties and funding to the cellular industry for Professor Davis to be considered neutral. The next letter is from Bill Harden, 613 Glen Willow Drive. A one-sided argument is easy to win. No board is so thin that it only has one side. The mayor and the vice mayor have forgotten who voted them in. This is wrong. What you're doing, it's biased, having one opinion. Because of all the damage at Moss Tex is done, it ought to have a bigger bond put on them there. He's got a lot of typos there. What they have now. Dr. Deborah Davis should have a right to dispute what Christopher Davis, a hired gun from the cable industry, has to say. If you've got nothing to hide, then let her speak. This is so wrong what you're doing. The Planning Commission is not doing the right thing or the fair thing for the people of Farragut. And really, if you'll be honest with yourself, you know this is not right what you're doing to the people of Farragut. The easy thing to do is not always the right thing. Let both sides speak to the Planning Commission, and here are the pros and cons. Collierville and Memphis and places in Nashville are not letting this go on either. They realize the health risks involved in this, and their Planning Commission and mayors and vice mayors are letting people speak. Not hiding behind the COVID-19. Let us come to the meeting at all wear a mask. That's the least you can do. Try to show some good faith in this. Next one is from Christelle McGuire, 436 Lost Tree Lane. It is my understanding that Dr. Christopher Davis will be speaking about the harmless effects of 5G towers during this meeting that will be held virtually. I would, however, be very interested in hearing the point of view of a speaker opposing this view, as there seems to be evidence that 5G towers are harmful to the health of the public. Several countries around the world have halted the development of 5G due to health concerns, and the opinion/research of your speaker seems to be contradicted by many other scientists in the field. Unless both views are awarded equal time to present their point, vote regarding this topic should not be taken. Also, no vote should be taken unless we can participate in person. Thank you for your consideration. And we've got a comment from, my name is Jerry Guthrie, and I live at 11745 Weathervane Drive, Knoxville, Tennessee, Village Green. Farragut Planning Commission workshop meeting to be held at 5:30 is being held virtually. And the town of Farragut has hired a cellular industry paid speaker, Christopher Davis, to discuss health impacts of 5G at the workshop. I'm being directly affected by deployment of 4G and 5G, as U.S. Cellular has printed in the Farragut Press a public notice that they intend to locate a 38-foot small cell tower on the right-of-way of my property. I will lose 21% value of my property, plus I will spend money trying to protect my family from the dangerous electromagnetic frequency radiation that will be emitted by this cell tower. I've lived in Farragut since 1979 and feel privileged to call it my home, but now I'm concerned about the future health and well-being of our community with the deployment of 4 and 5G. Locating this tower in my yard is very intrusive and damaging to me and my family. I was at the December 19, 2019 Farragut Planning Commission meeting and heard some committee members say they didn't know what 5G is, but one member didn't want an antenna in the front yard. Each planning commission member should ask themselves if they are now willing to have a 5G antenna in their yard without independent health studies on 5G being completed before installing 5G in Farragut. It is only fair at the July 16 meeting that both sides of the 5G issue be able to make their case as to the safety of the deployment of our community. As our local government officials, you live here and should want a safe environment to raise your families. Equal time should be afforded to both views. Thank you. And then finally, on this issue, Martin Schaffner, 11224 Sonia Drive. Notwithstanding the yet undetermined health effects, I am opposed to the 5G towers proposed on Sonia Drive. As such, installations are unsightly and will surely lower property values. Verizon is a private for-profit company and not a public utility such as KUB, LCUB, and First Utility District. I fail to see any advantages to me that would justify the ugly towers being installed under the guise that the public welfare requires it. With the increased bandwidth and frequency, Verizon will rake in more money. However, Verizon has not reached out to the residents on Sonia Drive to convince us that having these ugly towers in our street will benefit us. In view of this, I fail to see that these towers justify the public welfare requirement. I'm therefore opposed to the proposed tower installations on Sonia. On another matter, I have a number of letters I'll read here. The first one is from Rebecca Gleason at 204 Trayburn Drive. Dear Municipal Planning Commission, I'm in strong opposition to Pecos Road being opened up to regular vehicular traffic from Ivy Farm for the following reasons. My children bicycle daily there. The bus stop for our children is there, and people already speed through our neighborhood. Furthermore, more traffic to a lesser value home community will lower our home. Please consider approving a gate which will help keep both neighborhoods and children safe. Next letter is from Margaret W. Nevels, 159 Saddle Ridge. Please do not approve the Ivy Farm subdivision vehicles having a route to leave or enter their neighborhood through Saddle Ridge. I live at 159 Saddle Ridge, and we already have enough traffic on the first block of Saddle Ridge from our residents going to and fro, doing their everyday activities. Even though I've read that it was designed for Pecos to be open to the next neighborhood. That is a bad design to have more traffic going on to Saddle Ridge Drive where children are walking to the tennis courts, the pool, and to activities at the clubhouse or waiting for the school bus. We do not have sidewalks for the children to walk. Please improve the design by stopping the opening of Pecos to the traffic from Ivy Farm. Thank you in advance for improving the plan to have Ivy Farm come and go through their neighborhood, not ours, Saddle Ridge, just as we already do. The next one is from Chang Hong Yu at 12853 Pecos Road. Dear Municipal Planning Commission, I am in opposition to Pecos Road being opened up to regular vehicular traffic from Ivy Farm for the following reasons. 1, traffic safety. There are small children playing on Pecos Road every day. Opening this road to additional traffic will be dangerous and will cause tragic accidents. 2, opening one addition entrance for Saddle Ridge subdivision without the consent of its residents is unreasonable. The added entrance to the subdivision will increase risk of theft and robbery and decrease the home value. 3, is irresponsible for the town to push for the opening without listening to the residents and without a thorough traffic study. For the safety of hundreds of residents who love Farragut, please reconsider and please at least install a gate at the connection so it only allows pedestrians to pass. No motor vehicle passing, please. This will help keep both neighborhoods safe. Thank you. Next one is from Jan Palucci. Dear Municipal Planning Commission, I'm in opposition to Pecos Road being opened up to regular vehicular traffic from Ivy Farm for the following reasons. An increase in traffic for the Saddle Ridge subdivision. Residents currently drive over the speed limit coming down Saddle Ridge from the top of the hill. With additional traffic coming across Pecos from the Ivy Farm, it won't be long before someone is seriously hurt at the four-way stop. Currently, the safety level, in my opinion, is very high due to only one way in and out of the subdivision. Opening up the entrance will be harder to maintain safety. Pecos and Saddle Ridge Road will be used as an exit by many individuals. This will impact the maintenance on the roads in the subdivision. Please consider approving a gate, which will help keep both neighborhoods safe. Next item is from Andrew Lupini, 12805 Pecos Road, to the Farragut Municipal Planning Commission. I'm writing to notify the town of some of our objections to the connection that the town insists on making between the existing Saddle Ridge subdivision and the new Ivy Farm subdivision. Pecos Road was designed and built before 1992 and does not have center markings or sidewalks. Pecos Road is used by school children to walk to the school bus stops on Traburn Road. Pecos Road and the lower part of Saddle Ridge Road are also used by numerous children as a route to walk or cycle to the Saddle Ridge Pool and Playground. Because there are no sidewalks, children and other pedestrians have to walk on the road. There is already a history of traffic accidents involving a school bus on this route. The new subdivision roads will be built to modern standards with sidewalks and marked crosswalks. Unnecessarily connecting the two different designs will confuse motorists and create a dangerous safety issue. The other big concern along these lines is that for about half of the new subdivision, the easiest route for the residents to exit to the west will be to cut through Saddle Ridge. Moreover, the new subdivision design has several great traffic calming features, speed bumps, sidewalks, pedestrian crossings, bollards, and islands that the residents will be able to avoid by cutting down Pecos Road. At the very least, the town should ensure that Saddle Ridge has similar measures installed. These are very easy solutions that we have been lobbying the town to apply for the last 2 years with very little effect, apart from the town engineers briefly proposing an even worse design. Example solutions based on nearby traffic features are: 1, sometime between 98 and 2003, the junction between Fleener Road and Watt Road was converted from a T-junction to a pedestrian-only entrance with bollards. This demonstrates that there is precedent in Farragut for closing such junctions to vehicular traffic. That solution provides emergency access while maintaining a safe route for pedestrians and cyclists. As an alternative, Road B on the plan for the new subdivision has a speed bump and raised pedestrian crossing. Putting a similar speed bump and/or road narrowing constriction at the junction between the two subdivisions would also be a reasonable compromise. The problem with the town's current approach is that they are approving a clearly dangerous design and putting the ones on the local residents, onus, on the local residents to lobby for safety issues. In summary, many of the nearby traffic flow solutions and some of the features of the new subdivision are well designed, but it really is not clear why the town is insisting on a different solution for Pecos Road. Next one is from Lane Blanchard at 12813 Pecos Road. My comments and concerns are being submitted in opposition to Pecos Road connection between Ivy Farms development and the Saddle Ridge neighborhood. I have the following concerns. Sequencing of road construction / improvement. I'm very uncertain and concerned about the sequencing of the integrated development plans for Ivy Farms Union Road roundabout, Ivy Farms Road connection to Kingston Pike, and the traffic light at Kingston Pike, all of which will have significant short-term and long-term impacts on our community. It could be a wonderful connection if completed in the proper order. However, by opening the Pecos Road connection before improving the other roads, I fear traffic on Pecos will increase dramatically, causing unnecessary safety risks on our highly pedestrian neighborhood roads. The sequencing of the multiple projects is vital to ensure a smooth transition for our communities. I sincerely hope our town staff will make this issue a priority, as well as providing the residents of this area clear and transparent road construction plans. Secondly, lack of traffic impact study. To my knowledge, there has been no traffic impact study on the increased traffic Pecos Road and Saddle Ridge will experience if it is allowed to be used as a cut-through access to Kingston Pike and I-40 at Watt Road. Possible cut-through will likely result in significant traffic increase in our neighborhoods. I would expect the town to perform detailed studies before assuming the outcome of road construction projects. I have the following comment: mutually beneficial emergency access gate. I agree strongly in a mutual compromise for an emergency access gate or something similar at the Pecos Road connection. I hope the commission will show greatest concern to safety for current and future residents of both neighborhoods. This could be accomplished through the installation of a gate or raised bank sidewalk with a sign. Each would satisfy the town's desire for alternate emergency access points in and out of both subdivisions, and additionally would add pedestrian and bicycle connectivity without compromising resident safety. Additionally, if a gate were used and it were determined by both residents of Saddle Ridge and Ivy Farms at a later date to open the access way to regular traffic, then that could be examined at that time. The next letter is from Andrew Blanchard at 12813 Pecos Road. His comment is being submitted in opposition to the Pecos Road connection between the Ivy Farms development and the Saddle Ridge neighborhood. I have the following significant concerns: the sequence of improvements related to Kingston Pike connection, Union Road, etc., may result in substantial traffic increases for Pecos Road, Saddle Ridge. Increased traffic may degrade the safety for families walking in the neighborhood. As a resident with young children, this is a particular concern to me and my family. Third, no traffic impact study has been performed. Thank you for your time and service. Please forward to the members of the Municipal Planning Commission on receipt. Okay. I've got several really long ones coming up. Jeffrey Kendall, 12804 Pecos Road. This public comment is being submitted to refocus the commission on the ongoing issue of the Pecos Road connection between the Ivy Farms development and the Saddle Ridge neighborhood. As you know, Saddle Ridge residents have been engaged with you on this issue going back to 2018. One, over the past month, there have been increased discussion on the ill-advised Pecos Road connection. You received my extensive comments with background last month. One thing we keep hearing from the MPC and town staff is that this was all resolved in March of 2019. when the preliminary and final Ivy Farms plats were approved. This is a false narrative, and those who perpetuate this are dishonest. Just prior to that meeting, the developer in the town flipped the plat at the last minute on our residents and did so during the meeting that was occurring over spring break. A number of us were able to mobilize and present arguments against routing over half of Ivy Farms down Pecos Road. We were successful on that, but never at any point has there been any substantive public discussion on the Pecos Road connection itself. Town moved the goalpost last March, diverted attention away from the connection itself, and purposely chilled opportunity for a meaningful discussion. Different persons interested in this issue have reached out to the town recently. David Smoke and town staff have been less than honest when vaguely characterizing the regulations at play here. A gate or other separation apparatus is explicitly contemplated in ordinance/regs. We have over and over with you all, but the language is avoided at all costs. Town regulations clearly allow the commission to waive the requirement that there be more than one public vehicular access into and out of developments. And the 2012 International Fire Code explicitly allows for gates to be installed and used to satisfy the requirements that there be two separate and approved fire apparatus access roads for the Saddle Ridge subdivision. Specifications of such fire apparatus access gates are plainly laid out at IFC section D 103.5. 3, a mutual compromise would be for the commission to allow the Pecos Road connection to go forward, but that it be designed strictly for emergency vehicle and pedestrian traffic. This could easily be accomplished through the installation of a gate, bollards, or a raised bank sidewalk walking path with a sign, each of which would satisfy the town's desire for alternate emergency accesses in and out Ivy Farms and for additional pedestrian bicycle connectivity. If a gate were used and it were determined by the residents of Saddle Ridge and Ivy Farms at a later date to be some sort of compelling reason to open the access way to regular vehicular traffic in the future, then they could be examined at that time. The proposed second access at Pecos Road does not comply with the 2012 International Fire Code section D 104.3, which is required by D 107, related to having two separate fire apparatus access roads. Section D 104.3 provides where two access roads are required, they shall be placed a distance equal apart to not less than 1/2 of the length of the maximum overall diagonal dimensional of the property or area to be served, measured in a straight line between accesses. Two access points don't even come close to meeting this requirement as it relates to Saddle Ridge. This shortcoming further reinforces residents' early sentiment that the town was approving this plat with the Pecos connection to merely check a box. 5-year staff at the town sent a response in late November, which fell well short of what Saddle Ridge Homeowners Association expected. Positions throughout were unreasonable, short-sighted on multiple fronts, and flew in the face of representations made by the commission during and after the March 2019 commission meeting. Town's letter indicated as follows: the connection of Pecos Road is scheduled to take place during phase 1 of the development of Ivy Farms subdivision. Once this connection does take place, the town will be willing to put up road closed barriers on a temporary basis until one of the following two things takes place. 1, number of building permits issued in phase 1 reaches 75% of the total buildable lots in that phase, or 2, final plat for phase 3 of the Ivy Farms subdivision is recorded. We were told in no uncertain terms at the March 2019 commission meeting the road would not be considered for opening until phase 3 was complete. This position, among all the town's positions, is the most untenable and in direct contravention of what the commission told residents at the March 2019 meeting when the plat was modified to quell our concerns and back us off our position. This is disconcerting on a personal level. Technical and policy disagreements are one thing, but overt misrepresentations are another. MPC and Goodall are being incredibly short-sighted on this issue, and their actions have undoubtedly breached their duty to ensure and promote the safety and welfare of its residents, which is the driving, overarching charge of the town and its staff are bound to abide by. Okay, what's the next one? The next one is Jeff Goodman, 12923 Buck Mill Lane. Dear Municipal Planning Commission, just a note to let you know we very much appreciate the Commission's past support of Saddle Ridge subdivision, and in particular Vice Mayor Povlin's efforts on many issues. We are once again asking for your help in resolving probably the most significant change in the history of the subdivision, the Pecos Road to Ivy Farms Connector project. Although Pecos Road may have originally been conceptualized as a public right-of-way extension, the design for such an extension is incomplete and incompatible with Saddle Ridge as a de facto single-access neighborhood since its inception. And the design appears to be out of compliance with two current Town of Farragut regulations, in that both vehicular and pedestrian shared path connectivity shall be provided. Traffic coordinator shall conduct engineering investigations of traffic conditions to the plan operation of traffic on the streets of the town. We very much appreciate the Town of Farragut, that Town of Farragut takes a keen interest in providing pedestrian pathways throughout the municipality, and we expect that the Town of Farragut would follow through with the same for Saddle Ridge, perhaps some type of safe pedestrian pathway between the connector and the Saddle Ridge Clubhouse pool for children and families. However, if this is not feasible, perhaps the Town of Farragut could provide the emergency-only gate that has been discussed, or reconsider of the safety and feasibility of connector project altogether. Lastly, we do not understand how the design and planning of the connector project can be considered complete when a traffic study inside the subdivision has not been completed. We ask the Town of Farragut to take another serious look at the connector project in consideration of the future safety and security of the Saddle Ridge subdivision, and in consideration of existing Town of Farragut regulations. Next one is from Brian Hawkshurst, 12728 Shady Ridge Lane. I'm in opposition to Pecos Road being opened up to regular vehicular traffic from Ivy Farm for the following reasons: safety of pedestrian walking the clubhouse and pool area. Please consider approving a gate which will help keep both subdivisions safe. I have Ashley Kendall, next letter. And actually, I don't have an address on that one. I've got Melissa Shell, 12864 Pecos Road. I'm opposed to Pecos Road being open to regular vehicular traffic from Ivy Farm for the following reasons: an increase in traffic for Saddle Ridge subdivision. Residents currently drive over the speed limit coming down Saddle Ridge Drive from the top of the hill. With the addition of traffic calming across Pecos Road from Ivy Farm, it won't be long before someone is seriously injured at the four-way stop. Pecos Road will be used as a shortcut for residents of Ivy Farm to access Kingston Pike and Watt Road. Please think about the children and keep them safe. The gate will provide emergency access, keeping both neighborhoods safe. Next letter, Jeff Goodman, 12923 Buck Mill Lane. Dear Municipal Planning Commission, just a note to let you know we very much appreciate the Commission's past support in Saddle Ridge subdivision. let's see, I think I've already read this one. Yeah, I think I've already read that one. Okay. And then the last one is pretty long. This one is from Tim Sayers, 12812 Pecos Road. Dear Sir / Madam, following are my comments that I would like to have read at the July 15, 2020 Farragut Municipal Planning Commission meeting. During the citizens forum portion of the meeting, I'm also requesting that they be distributed to the members of the MPC prior to the meeting. My name is Tim Sayers, and I live at 12812 Pecos Road, Knoxville, Tennessee 37934, which is located in Saddle Ridge subdivision. These comments reflect the position of myself and my wife, Joyce. I have several topics that I would like to address. My first topic is one that I've been coming before the Planning Commission about for multiple years, which is the proposed connection of Pecos Road in the Saddle Ridge subdivision to a new road in the Ivy Farm Development. When I first started coming before the MPC, was told by the MPC that I was there too early in the project to talk about this issue. I replied to the MPC that I wanted to be there early because my experience has shown me that often issues like this take a life of their own. As time has passed, my comment has proven to be true, even more so than I ever imagined. I, along with many residents of the Saddle Ridge subdivision, are opposed to having Pecos Road connect for regular vehicular traffic. We are concerned about safety. In late 2019, the Saddle Ridge Homeowners Association submitted a letter to MPC outlining the Homeowners Association position on the proposed connection. That letter appears to have fallen on deaf ears. In reviewing minutes of prior MPC meetings, I have discovered that in the 1990s, the turnaround at the end of Pecos Road, where it abuts the Ivy Farm property, was changed from a temporary turnaround to a permanent turnaround. When you look at the turnaround, you can see that it clearly has different design features than other portions of Pecos Road. I and other Saddle Ridge residents were told that Pecos Road was designed to connect to the future development where the Ivy Farm is located. The fact that the turnaround at the end of Pecos Road was changed from a temporary turnaround to a permanent turnaround contradicts what I was told by MPC. I do not believe that the town of Farragut went about the process of changing permanent turnaround on a dead-end street to a through street. I've also recently reviewed the International Fire Code concerning access roads for emergency vehicle, and I believe that the Pecos Road connection does not meet the requirements laid out in the Fire Code regarding the distance of a second access road from the main entrance road. Due to this, I'm asking the town of Farragut to instruct Goodall Homes to cease and desist on the Pecos Road Connect until the issue can be sorted out. I have also reached out directly to Goodall Homes and their attorney and asked them to cease and desist in the Pecos Road connection until the issue can be sorted out. The entire process of trying to work with this has been frustrating and not citizen friendly. At various points in the project, we have been instructed to talk to the MPC about Pecos Road issue and at other times we have been instructed to talk to the developer. The most recent direction from the town was that we needed to talk to the developer, who in turn, the developer's representative, Joy Wallace, told us to talk to the town. I and other residents have been told that the MPC does not want to set a precedent by installing a gate on Pecos Road. What is wrong with setting a precedent is doing the right thing. That would be welcomed by subdivision developers and listens to the voice and will of the people. If the members of the MPC have not seen the July 16, 2020 issue of the Farragut Press, I urge you to see the article and the ad regarding the Pecos Road connection, this issue. My second topic is regarding the February 2020 Farragut Municipal Planning Commission meeting. At this meeting, the commission decided to change the agenda without the appropriate prior notice. The printed agenda for the night clearly stated that the citizen forum was the first item on the agenda, with the second item being approval of the agenda. When the meeting started, the MPC announced that the citizens forum was being moved to the end of the agenda for that meeting. Both myself and Jeff Kendall objected to this change, but the MPC did not heed our objections. Clearly, the commission violated procedures when the approval of the agenda was the second item on the agenda. Yet they took it upon themselves to make the change to the agenda before the first item on the agenda was taken off. My third topic, which is related to my second topic, since that meeting, the MPC has decided to move the citizens forum to the end of the MPC agenda as an ongoing format for the meeting. I feel that this is not a good decision. The voice of the citizens is very important in any public meeting, while having the citizen forum at the beginning of the meeting may be viewed as an inconvenience to the people at the MPC meeting who have regular business on the agenda. If there are enough people and or topics in the citizens forum that significantly delays getting to the regularly scheduled items on the agenda, that in and of itself means that there is a topic or topics that are important to the citizens. We all need to remember that, as Abraham Lincoln said, we are a government of the people, by the people, for the people. Moving the citizen forum to the end of the meeting sends a signal that the voice of the citizens is not a priority of the MPC. I urge you to change the position of the citizen forum on the back to the first item on the agenda. My final topic is that I'm requesting the town of Farragut looks at providing a way for citizens who do not have cable TV to be able to view the MPC meeting live and submit comments and questions in real time. While I understand that we're dealing with unusual times, the rights of the people to be able to be actively participate in town of Farragut meetings in as close a way as attending a meeting in person is critical. The MPC in Goodall Homes still has a chance to be good neighbors and listen to the voice of the people who are residents of the town of Farragut or neighbors to the new development on the Ivy Farm property. I'm once again asking the MPC and Goodall Homes to be good neighbors and not make the Pecos Road connection. If the MPC and Goodall Homes decide to ignore my request to not connect Pecos Road, then I request in the name of safety that a gate is installed between the Saddle Ridge subdivision and the new development in Ivy Farms. The gate can be open in an unlikely and infrequent event that emergency vehicle access is needed between the two subdivisions. In the spirit of transparency, I have copied Mr. Maverick Green and Mr. Joey Wallace from Goodall Homes on the email that I submitted these comments in. I appreciate the time and effort of the MPC members to vote to the MPC. I also appreciate the opportunity to submit comments. Thank you. And that is all that I have tonight. I think, does anybody have anything to add to that?
Yeah.
Louise? Yes.
I've asked to read in the letter that I've been replying to them. And I think that you all, I'm sorry, I know it's late and we're all tired. I will try to read this as quickly as possible, but it should be read into the record so that people are aware that I have sent these out to the individual homeowners that have been writing emails this week. So Saddle Ridge was never intended to be a single access neighborhood. Specifically, the final plat of Unit 2 of Saddle Ridge subdivision was approved in the latter months of 1992. A corrected plat was filed in January 1993. I attached a picture of that plat. The final plat shows Pecos Road extending to and abutting the property line between Saddle Ridge and Ivy Farm. Pecos Road was specifically designed for vehicular traffic and to connect and extend as a public right-of-way for vehicular traffic to a future road in future development on the Ivy Farm. It was your responsibility as a property owner to research this and have clarity about this before you purchased your property. Pecos Road, as with all roads in Saddle Ridge subdivision, is a town of Farragut public right-of-way. As constructed, the road meets all the requirements of a local street as laid out in the town of Farragut subdivision regulations. The concept plan for the farm subdivision was approved unanimously during the Farragut Municipal Planning Commission meeting on March 21st, 2019. Several variances from the requirements of the subdivision regulations were considered and approved, as well as an amendment to the design of Road B to return it to the original design as a cul-de-sac, which was presented in the original concept plan that was approved in July of 2018. With this action, the concept plan was considered finalized by the Planning Commission. There are no outstanding issues to be resolved with regard to the concept plan. If any changes of merit are deemed necessary by the applicant, they would have to return to the Planning Commission for approval. If any variances were to be requested, they would need to meet the standards as set forth in Article 3H, variances of the Farragut subdivision regulations. Specifically, variances may be granted under the following conditions. 1, where the subdivider can show that strict adherence to these regulations would cause unnecessary hardship, or 2, where the Planning Commission decides that there are topographical or other conditions peculiar to the site and a departure from these regulations will not destroy their intent. The Farragut subdivision regulations require subdivisions to have more than one public street vehicular access to provide connectivity to abutting properties, specifically Article 3A, Streets 18, connectivity that requires that the subdivision shall provide for both vehicular and pedestrian shared use path connectivity to abutting properties. These subdivisions shall have more than one public street vehicular access into and out of the development. The Planning Commission may consider waiving this requirement in cases where 1, all the abutting properties have been developed as existing house lots of less than 1 acre in size and are so located to physically block such connections, or 2, where very significant topographic issues not created by the design of the subdivision would effectively prohibit connections, or 3, the subdivision will have 30 or less dwelling units. Please know that with regard to a request for a variance from the subdivision regulations to permanently restrict access on Pecos Road, the Saddle Ridge residents and Saddle Ridge Homeowners Association have no standing to make this request. Because Pecos Road meets all the design requirements and standards of a local street, and the construction of a connection to Pecos Road is not a hardship, it is clearly capable of being built. The developer of the Ivy Farms subdivision has no valid reason to seek a variance from the subdivision regulations to permanently restrict access to a public right-of-way. With regard to the fire code, first, please know that while a subdivision plan needs to be compliant with the requirements of the fire code, that something is permissible in the fire code does not mean it is permissible as part of developing a subdivision. Therefore, while the fire code does allow for the use of gates, the Farragut subdivision regulations do not allow for the permanent restriction of access to a public right-of-way. For clarity, with regard to the remoteness of the 2 fire access roads as discussed in section D107.2 of the International Fire Code, for Ivy Farms, it is arguable that Saddle Ridge Drive is the second fire access road for Ivy Farms, as a fire truck cannot access Pecos Road without first accessing Saddle Ridge Drive. Dan Johnson, the fire marshal, approved the plan as meeting fire code requirements. With regard to a request for a traffic impact study, the purpose of a traffic impact study is limited to the study of vehicular traffic and to assess if any improvements need to be made to the road to handle an increased traffic load. In this case, a traffic impact study is not necessary. First, as stated above, Pecos Road is a local street and constructed to meet the design requirements in our subdivision regulations for a local street. For clarity, Saddle Ridge Drive is also classified as a local street, and North Pecos Road is constructed in the same manner as Pecos Road. Once fully constructed and access is available to Ivy Farms under normal conditions, Pecos Road will carry a significantly lower traffic load than Saddle Ridge Drive does. Therefore, no adjustments or improvements need to be made to Pecos Road. Second, traffic impact studies by their very nature have to work off assumptions. A range of assumptions could be made, and each of these assumptions can be challenged. A traffic study is a study of human behavior while driving a vehicle. For example, when one looks at the design of Ivy Farms, a strong assumption can be made that Ivy Farms residents living proximate to the Pecos Road connection who are planning to head west once they arrive at Kingston Pike would assess the 2 potential ways to get there and would find the route through their own neighborhood more preferable as the possibility of never having to come to a full stop until they arrive at the intersection of Ivy Farms Road and Kingston Pike due to the fact that they had to only navigate 2 roundabouts to get there. On the contrary, traveling through Saddle Ridge requires a 90-degree turn to get on Pecos Road, a stop at Pecos Saddle Ridge to turn left, a stop at Saddle Ridge and Union Road to turn right, a hard left at Hobbs before arriving at Kingston Pike intersection. Again, only an assumption on my part, but one a traffic engineer would certainly entertain. The cul-de-sac that I advocated be constructed on Road B in Ivy Farms specifically serves to limit the number of residents in Ivy Farms who would go through the maneuvers to utilize the Pecos Road connection. The Saddle Ridge residents are welcome to engage in the services of a licensed traffic or transportation engineer to complete a traffic study if they feel it necessary. But assumptions are just that, assumptions. The reality of the situation may look a lot different than the assumptions made in a traffic study. Regarding safety of pedestrians who walk on Pecos Road, if Saddle Ridge residents would like the town of Farragut to stripe Pecos Road similarly to how Saddle Ridge Drive is striped, I would be happy to advocate for that. Personally, I would be happy to advocate for the installation of a sidewalk on Pecos Road, but this is a capital project and would require support from the rest of the board to be included in the budget. Further concern regarding the potential for speeding on Pecos Road, the town of Farragut has traffic calming policy in place. If speeding issues arise, you may utilize the procedures outlined in the traffic calming policy to address these issues. Traffic calming speed cushions are installed as a result of evidence supporting a need to reduce speed on a residential street and expressed support for their installation by the neighborhood. And I provided them links to the policy and the application. Finally, please know that Saddle Ridge has benefited from a myriad of issues for which I have been an advocate during my service as an alderman representing the North Ward. More specifically, the first issue I took on after being elected was to rezone the neighborhoods in the northwest area of Farragut from Hardin Valley Academy back to Farragut High School with a generous grandfather clause for those families who wish to remain at HVA. While the conversation at the time was regarding middle school rezoning for Hardin Valley Middle School, I was able to insert the rezoning of our area back to Farragut into the discussion. Farragut High School was left underutilized for several years, which compromised its ability to offer the wide selection of courses the students of Farragut High School expect. The rezoning was heard during the November 2017 Knox County Schools Board of Education meeting. It was item 13D on the agenda. The rezoning was approved unanimously, and I included the memorandum for recommendation. When we received the federal funding for Union Road, I was the singular driving force for seeking a design exception from the 12-foot lanes and 40-mile-per-hour design speed that was originally intended for Union Road. With a lot of research and some community meetings to demonstrate community support for reducing the impact of this road project on the existing corridor, the design was reduced to 11-foot lanes and a 30-mile-per-hour design speed. Please know that the reduction of the design speed significantly reduced the grading and general disruption of the frontage of Saddle Ridge on Union Road. When the preliminary design for Union Road was presented, a roundabout at the Saddle Ridge entrance and a walking trail situated on the north side of Union Road was proposed. That design would have required a major disruption to Saddle Ridge entrance and the HOA property in front of the clubhouse, a concern that was expressed to me by both the Saddle Ridge HOA leadership and Saddle Ridge residents. I advocated removal of the roundabout. Further, I was the one who discovered the easement for a walking trail on property on the south side of Union Road across from Saddle Ridge's clubhouse pool area. I contacted a professional at Knox County Planning to review pedestrian safety in order to relay to our staff and the designers that the best place to cross Union Road was at Saddle Ridge Drive, not Hobbs Road. Moving the walking trail to the south side of Union Road took a significant burden off the Saddle Ridge frontage and provided room for better alignment of Union Road with cleaner road, thereby improving the vehicular safety at the Union-Hobbs cleaner intersection. With the rezoning for Ivy Farms when the rezoning for Ivy Farms was being considered by the Planning Commission, I met several times with Saddle Ridge residents to help them get educated so they could better advocate for themselves during the rezoning process. During the discussion of the concept plan for Ivy Farms, I advocated for delaying the opening of Pecos Road to protect Saddle Ridge from construction traffic that may be inclined to utilize Pecos Road to access Ivy Farms. Further, I pushed for the amendment to the concept plan to return Road B to a cul-de-sac to limit the traffic in Ivy Farms that would pass by Pecos Road, thereby minimizing the number of residents in Ivy Farms who might utilize Pecos Road. I did these things to help minimize the interaction of Ivy Farms residents and construction traffic in Saddle Ridge. I've advocated for all that I can to support Saddle Ridge residents. I cannot advocate for the permanent restriction of access to a public right-of-way. While you may believe this to be a small thing, I assure you that it is no small thing. I cannot adequately express how destructive an act this would be, gating off and thereby permanently restricting access to the public's rights of way is an incredibly harmful act to the overall transportation system in a community. Essentially, it creates a private road that the public is required to take care of, but the public is denied access to. To open up this process here is to open it up anywhere else where two neighborhoods connect, or where a group of homeowners decide they don't want traffic on a public right-of-way in front of their house. This action would compromise our current transportation system and future connections planned as our community continues to build out. Therefore, this is not something for which I am willing to advocate. Setting a precedent such as this will have long-term damaging consequences for our community. I hope this was helpful. Sorry it's so long, but this is too important. So.
Thank you, Louise. Any other comments?
No.
There being none, the July 26th meeting of the Farragut Municipal Planning Commission is adjourned.
Motion to adjourn.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
All
Be
right.
safe.